Morning. Welcome to this amazing event. This is the GoJ's Digital Government Technology Showcase. Digital transformation unlocked, shaping Jamaica's tomorrow. I'm very excited about this event because, as I was telling Ms. Curtis earlier on, we tend to have these events and these conversations later. And I'm very happy that for Jamaica and for the GOJ, we're able to have this conversation and this showcase right now as we get ourselves prepared for what has been happening and what is to come in the field of technology. Please allow me to welcome, and even though he's not here just yet, Senator the Honorable Auburn Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. We want to welcome Permanent Secretary of the Office of the Prime Minister, Ambassador Rocky Mead, Professor Gunjan, I believe that is. There it is. Thank you so much. Man Singh, Chairman for the GoJ, Mrs. Anika Shuttleworth, CEO of GoJ, and of course, I hear a member of Excelsior because she was, woo! There we go. Heads of agencies, GoJ directors, members of the media, schools, institutions, wherever you are from this morning, let me tell you something. You are part of history. Ms. Curtis was letting me know earlier on that the first event, this is the third staging, and the first event only had a few persons in a small space. The second event happened at the AC Marriott, and they couldn't even find parking. And here we are at the Jamaica Pegasus, and this room is jam-packed from the front to the back and inside the showcase hall as well. So I know, Ms. Shuttleworth, get yourself ready because I'm looking at the National Arena for next year's staging. I think the team at eGov deserves a big, rousing round of applause for the work that they have been doing. Really amazing. Now, this year's staging will feature live demonstrations from government ministries, departments, and agencies, alongside leading technology vendors offering first-hand insights into groundbreaking digital solutions to enhance public service delivery. The showcase will spotlight advancements in e-government services, cutting-edge ICT solutions, and strategies for improving transparency, efficiency, and citizen engagement. And so we have so much to look forward to, and we want to say a big thanks to all of the supporting sponsors, the partners, and agencies who gave their support to this year's staging. Can you applaud them for me, please? So as we do everything here in Jamaica, we ask the Lord's direction and leadership. So at this time, I ask that we all stand, and I'm going to be inviting Mrs. Fern Townsend, Head of Department Administration at eGov, to come forward and lead us with a word of prayer.
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome. So let us pray. For this is a day that the Lord has made, and surely we will continue to be glad and rejoice in it. Heavenly Father, we thank you for waking up us this morning in our sound minds. We thank you for planting our feet on solid ground. We thank you for your goodness and your mercy towards us. Indeed, Lord, we are grateful. Grateful, grateful are we. We thank you for Digital Transformation 2025. Father God, you see, you know the efforts of the team, the board, the CEO, every member of eGov. And Lord, today is a reality. We bless it now this morning, Father God, and we ask you, Lord, to cover us. Grant us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Father, you said in your words, Father God, you said that, ask and it shall be given, knock and it shall be opened, speak, seek and you shall find. And this morning, Lord, we at eGov, we have done the work. We have asked you, Lord, and you have taught us how to innovate. And Lord, as we showcase today, Lord, we know that it will be for the greater good of this tiny island on the world map. Father God, we thank you now and we declare Digital Transformation 2025 a resounding success. And we give you the praise, the glory, and the honor that you deserve through Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
You know what? While you're at it, you already have your phones out. Just turn on your camera and take a selfie with the person beside you. Let's just mark the moment. It's a technology digital based, come on guys. It's a digital based conference. It makes sense that we capture the moment, right? Exactly. Just take your selfie. Just take a selfie. And team at Starlight, do we have any selfie taking music because they're behaving a little shy? And in fact, if you use the hashtag eGovJA, we're going to award the best selfie later on. There we go. So Rocky Mead, you can take a soul selfie. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. You can take a soul selfie. Listen, we are streaming as well online. I want to say welcome to the folks joining us on YouTube and also on Facebook at the eGovJA's page. We have an exciting event lined up for you, not just inside this room and on this podium, but also inside the showcase room. There's several companies there, all laid out, and all that we ask of you to do if you're here physically is that you go in, you look at the things that they have, the products, the services, and you ask the questions for that which you want to know. I'm very, very happy that we are here today and we are on to great things. But to give us the official welcome, we're going to be asking at this time Mrs. Anika Shuttleworth, after she's posted her selfie, or CEO of eGovJA, to come on up and give us her welcome. Please make her welcome as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. A bright, warm Jamaican morning to every single person. I know that there are persons watching us across all those various media, right? Yes, so those who are not on social media, I know surely will be on today. In his absence, Senator Auburn Hill, Minister of Investment, Industry and Commerce, Ambassador Rocky Mead, our Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, Professor Gunjan Mansingh, Board Chair, and we have another of our board members here, Mrs. Shireen Jones, senior government officials all, members of the press, partners, EGOV staff, where are you? EGOV staff, where are you? They're being very quiet and waving the phones at the back. They're busy. Students, where are you? All right. Welcome to everyone. Good morning. We have teachers as well. It is truly my honor and privilege to welcome you to this, the third staging of our Government of Jamaica Digital Government Technology Showcase. This one is greater and grander than the previous two. Those of you who were at the previous two, if you know, you know, right? Hashtag that, right? If you know, you know, yes? This theme is under the theme, Digital Transformation Unlocked, Shaping Jamaica's Tomorrow. Today, we are not just showcasing technology. What we are showcasing is progress towards a gold standard service delivery by the government of Jamaica. Now, the older persons will appreciate and clap because they know where we're coming from. The days of carbon paper, you go home with your shirt inked up. These young people don't know all of this because they know the technology. But we are progressing as a government and leading the way in terms of effective and efficient service delivery. Now, as a government, we are seeking to be more agile, efficient, accessible, and responsible to the needs of citizens and businesses. Yes, agile. Agile government. Can you imagine? Yes, that's what we're seeking to do. So all of our strategies are directed towards that as it relates to serving. And there are several things driving this change. Evolving citizen expectations. We want to be able to transact our business 24/7. It's what we call being ubiquitous. Crisis preparedness. Somebody once said, why waste a good pandemic? The COVID-19 pandemic taught us a lot, and we know that we have to be resilient because there are different crises that come upon us that we have to be prepared for. Our digital infrastructure has got to be solid to provide these various services, and of course, at the heart of that will be the data center or network and other services. We will speak more on those things a little bit later. Economic and social pressures continue to plague us, but we know that we have limited resources. Even with our small country, we can, however, achieve much. Cybersecurity and data protection, those are also drivers. We have lots of data out there. What do we do with it? How do we safeguard the data? Public-private partnerships, and we're so happy to see our partners, our vendors with us today. They have come alongside us towards sponsoring this event to ensure that we're able to have an event of this nature. So a big shout out to our sponsors, our partners, and we do look forward to greater collaboration. Agile workforce and training. Yes, agile workforce. Not just remote work, but how we work, ensuring that we are sufficiently skilled. So friends, today, this third stage, and we have over 13 government entities. Over 30. Over 30. As our host said, when we just started, it was a much smaller set. And believe me, if the space were bigger, we would have had more. We had to ask persons to just hold on till the next time. Let's keep the funds a little bit. All right? We have over 10 sponsors for this event. Shout out to our sponsors. We have an esteemed panel that is lined up and ready and raring to go to share on some topical matters. And of course, in this very presentation hall, you will hear directly from some of our government entities talking about their digital solutions. We're all united around a common goal to demonstrate the diverse ways in which the government is becoming more agile, yes, and efficient in serving the people. So welcome to one and all to our GoJ Digital Government Technology Showcase 2025, hosted by your ICT providers, eGov Jamaica Limited. Thank you very much.
Very well said. Please put your hands together, please, for Ms. Shuttleworth. Wow, the growth over the past 3 years is absolutely impressive, but I think it's because we get it, right? This is where we are. It's not just, getting ourselves ready for tomorrow, but because we're right here in the middle of it right now. Nothing quite like being able to, on your way back into the country, you fly out, you can jump online, you put in your information, and you go to a kiosk, and you just go through, and I'm like, wow, is this really Jamaica? No, but we think large though, man. We bust her properly. Things like that gets me very excited. One of the reasons why I could not say no to coming to this event, and I'm very happy that eGov decided to do this and head it up, because oftentimes we tend to complain about what the agencies and the government ministries are not doing, and we said this needs to happen and Jamaica get left behind. But when you have the entity like eGov heading this up, they're making sure that, as was said, the good standard service delivery is intact. It's making sure that we have the guidelines that are good and ethical and legal as well. It's telling our people what's accepted and what's not accepted, right? And it's setting us up for success for sure. So indeed, we are progressing as a nation and as a people. At this time, I'm going to be inviting to the stage our next presenter, Professor Gunjan Mansing, or chairman for the eGov Jamaica. Put your hands together and let's make her welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I guess we have to be agile. That's what my CEO told us to be. So I'm told that Minister Hill is on his way, but in his absence, I would like to acknowledge the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Senator the Honorable Aubin Hill, our Permanent Secretary in the Office of Prime Minister, Ambassador Rocky Mead, CEO of eGov Jamaica Limited, Mrs. Anika Shuttleworth, my fellow board directors. I see Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Murray, Ms. Murray sitting right there. Our government officials and heads of various agencies. I was surprised when I walked in and I saw that big, booths, and I got lost in those booths. I know that many agencies are out here. And of course, the dedicated staff of eGov and our esteemed partners, and I see that there are many esteemed partners, lots of distinguished guests, our students who are more distinguished to me, to my heart, since I'm an educator, and our moderator, Ms. Debbie Bissoon. Good morning. Now, it is with immense pride and enthusiasm that I welcome you to Government of Jamaica's Digital Government Technology Showcase under the theme, Digital Transformation Unlocked, Shaping Jamaica's Economy. And this is a very, very important thing. Now, just to get you to look at what eGov's mandate is. At eGov, our mission is clearly to revolutionize how the government of Jamaica interacts with its entities, the businesses, and citizens through the power of information and communication technologies. Now, this is no small task. It is a bold and a transformative mandate. And we have to think, the way we conduct business with the government. When we think about how we conduct, these business processes with the government, there are some central components which underpin every interaction that you could have in a digital space. For example, first, what do you need to prove? You need to prove who you are in a digital space, right? So you need a digital identity for that. Then, as you are conducting the business with the government, whatever business you are conducting, you would need to share data with the organization, with the entity, and you need a mechanism for sharing data. Then you also need a mechanism to ensure that some of the data, so as we are safeguarding the data that is given to us, and that's why eGov has a data center, and ensuring that these services are always available. And what I just mentioned to you in the process of conducting the digital transaction with the government, I call these the digital cores. And these fundamental digital systems are essential for public service delivery. And that is our mandate. So while we are developing several of these core infrastructure at eGov, not just at eGov, we are also working with our partners at NERA for the national identity, it is equally important that we showcase the possibility it unlocks. And that is why you have all those booths outside. Today's event is not just a celebration of the progress we have made, but also a window into the boundless opportunities that lie ahead as we continue to unlock the full potential of the digital core that we are working towards. Our vision is to build Jamaica where, every citizen and business and government entity can really thrive in a connected digital ecosystem. And I thank you all for coming here. Your presence underscores that you are also on that same digital wavelength. And we are committed to making Jamaica a digital society. So welcome, and I hope you do enjoy the showcase.
And we say big thanks to Professor Gunjan Mansingh, her chairman for GoJ. I could have listened to her for about half an hour more, seriously. Thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, the agile strategy is meeting our people at their needs and ensuring that their information that they've given is secure. There are so many parts, so many boxes to tick, and that's what we want to do today. As we continue the opening ceremony, we're going to be inviting at this time a very proud permanent secretary of the Office of the Prime Minister, Ambassador Rocky Mead, to give us his presentation. Please make him welcome.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies, Senator Aubin Hill, Professor Mansingh, Chair of eGov, Ms. Shuttleworth, CEO, heads and representatives of agencies, distinguished guests, including our school representatives, partners and sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's really good to be sharing in this third iteration, and you've heard before how it has grown from strength to strength. And this is very important. We are on a path to become a first world country. As I've said many times, you've heard about Vision 2030, and the digitalization of the society is an important component of that. This is going to be a part of just the foundation of how we do business. We're talking about essentially an ecosystem, a multifaceted ecosystem that is grounded in being able to do business using digital technology. Now, in terms of the role of the Office of the Prime Minister, because this is multifaceted across many ministries, departments, and agencies, across the private sector, it needs some coordination, it needs some general governance guidance. The Prime Minister would have indicated that we need, as a part of our pivot to a growth agenda, to ensure that business can be done by and with government in a cost-effective and efficient manner. That's really the goal. So we can use a lot of fancy language, but in the same way that our ability to read and write now allows us to be a lot more efficient, than in the days when we were communicating orally around the fireside. Reading and writing allows us to be more efficient. Being able to function in the digital environment will allow us to be even that more efficient. So ultimately, what we're trying to do is to allow the citizens of Jamaica and those who are not citizens of Jamaica but want to do business with Jamaica to do so cost effectively and efficiently. That's really what we're trying to do. So you're going to see a lot of fancy stuff. You're going to hear a lot of fancy jargon. We're just trying to make your existence in Jamaica and doing business with Jamaica more cost effective and efficient. So that will mean we need an infrastructure. So you'll hear talk about the broadband projects that are going on, Wi-Fi projects to link schools and other institutions and communities. Because of course, if you are not linked, you can't make use of the resources. People will have to understand how to make use of these technologies. One of the reasons I'm happy we have school representatives here. So we and our citizens have to learn what we can do and how to do it. And you need people who are going to get more advanced education to determine how to put these things in place, how to monitor them, how to fix them, and so on. And ultimately, we're going to end up with a lot of use cases. So just about anything you want to do in the future, you should be able to do so easily by staying in whatever space you happen to be in and conducting business that you need to conduct with Jamaica and in Jamaica. That's what we're trying to do. And the chair outlined a couple of examples of the use cases before. But while we do that, we need to protect, and I see Information Commissioner here, welcome. We need to protect the citizens and their data in at least twofold way. One, from misuse. So you have those data controllers who mean well, but they need to be guided not to misuse. And then you have persons who will want to get your data for illicit means, and we need to provide that protection. So with all of that happening, you need some governance, you need some direction. eGov is the government's agency that helps to pull everything together, almost a one-stop shop for information about what's happening in the IT environment and to help you with different aspects of it. And very soon, in the near future, we'll actually have the ICT authority, which will do more than just tell you what you can do and helping you to do it, but also providing a framework and guidance and help with governance. So the Office of the Prime Minister would like to reinforce and renew our commitment to helping to coordinate this very significant move towards being a first world country and functioning seamlessly in a digitalized environment. I would like to thank eGov, Chair and CEO, for putting on this very important exhibition. I want to thank the partners and sponsors who have made it possible, and I want to thank all you participants, both physically and in the virtual environment, for turning out and showing your interest. We hope that the interest will go from strength to strength, and ultimately, my hope is that one day we won't even think digital or think about this technology because it will be just so second nature to us. In the same way, a child will just get a device and just start doing stuff, and it happens, and you don't think that it's anything special. I hope that one day we'll get to that, where it's just a part of the foundation of how we exist and do business efficiently with each other and with government. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together once more, please? For RPS, the Office of the Prime Minister, Ambassador Rocky Mead, I want to say big thanks to him for bringing the greeting and endorsement of today's event and underscoring the importance, of course, of how connection and access will continue to take Jamaica to the world, as we're also, of course, working on getting every Jamaican connected and online and being able to showcase that which we have to take Jamaica further. When he mentioned Vision 2030, there were some persons who were like, so Vision 2030 is still happening, still keeping? Yes, it is still very much alive. We want to make Jamaica the place to. Ambassador, this is concerning. Hold on. Let's try that again. We want to make Jamaica the place to. And retire. You don't want to retire in your country. You don't want to stay in Jamaica. I want to stay in Jamaica. Hello, I don't think there's anywhere else I'd like to be. Seriously, especially after watching the news. I want to stay right here in Jamaica. So that mission is still very much active. And that's what today's event is all about, building the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure that we can take Jamaica to the next level and accomplish those goals. And our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a gentleman who's very passionate about that. In fact, he always talks about, you know, we are what, 3 million people, right? Just under 3 million people. And his mission is always, we can't sell to just 3 million people. We have to move Jamaica into bigger territories. He's a man on a mission. In fact, I call him our business minister, and he calls his ministry the business ministry. And he always says as well that we cannot become first world if we're just holding on to what we have. We have to expand and move into larger territories. That's what today's event is also about, allowing us to move what we have into different parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give him the warmest round of applause inside here. Senator the Honorable Auburn Hill, our Minister of Industry, Investment, and Commerce.
You know, when I heard PS Rocky Mead talk about the people who are in this room, and I sat down there and quickly calculated the kind of brain power we have in here. We have professor this, doctor that, student here so, and business people, and all brains. Reminds me a bit of an anecdote I'm aware of where President Kennedy had invited a whole group of nuclear laureate scientists, bright people, maybe 8 of them in the East Room. And he said, this is the greatest gathering of brain power except when Thomas Jefferson dined alone. Which just tells us that we always have to achieve higher and higher to even get close to where we have to be. There is no resting. If Mercedes had rested its engineers in 1935 when they had the most beautiful car, go look at it, Google it. White tire walls, that's before people start calling them gangster white walls. They had spokes in the wheel. They have cabriolet, top Dr. Mansing, so that hair like mine could fly in the breeze when I take it down. It was the best car ever made at that time. But if they had stayed with the engineering of 1935, Lewis Hamilton would never have been able to win 7 or so, maybe 8, 7 for sure, Formula One championships in the Mercedes-Benz. You cannot rest. So, Miss Debbie Bissoon, my wonderful favorite master of ceremony. Always there, always pushing us higher and higher. Ambassador Rocky Mead, Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister. Professor Gunjan Mansingh, Chairman of E-Government Limited and other board members. Professor Mansingh, I remember when she was a PhD and an associate professor and all these things, and she really has been, you talk about passionate, to move Jamaica to where we need to be in terms of the stuff that e-government does and digitization. Amazing. And we thank you for the work that you do and your husband does for West Indies cricket, making sure that they're healthy and whatever else he does these days. Mrs. Anika Shuttleworth. Everybody knows Anika, Chief Executive Officer, E-Government Jamaica. She is everywhere, always to be found pushing the issue that has to be an integral part of our development as a country. Heads of entities, sponsors and partners. I want to stop here for a minute. I say sponsors over here, so partners over here, sir. As Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Jamaica's business ministry, I always pause here because it's the taxes, the income taxes, the other custom charges, and everything else that they pay, the businesses pay, that pay the Prime Minister's salary, his PS, the Minister of Finance, mine, everybody that works in government, and this is called e-government. It's a whole pound of getting the money from business. So give them a round of applause, please, right here, sir. Because although we pay taxes only after we get paid from the taxes of businesses. Businesses are the backbone of this country, and I thank them, all of them, for being sponsors and partners. Yes, 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 give them a thanks. We have members of ministries, departments, and agencies here, representatives from the schools and universities. Exceptionally important. You're the guys who are going to drive this stuff. I noticed that they're having conniptions in Washington about 20-year-olds going into government places and doing all kinds of fancy things with computers and software. So where do you expect to get it from? You expect to have 5,000 professors leaving universities go do. It's young people who are doing it. And first of all, who you think start TikTok? An 80-year-old guy, a 45-year-old guy, even a 35-year-old guy, not even close. Much younger. How old was Zuckerberg when he was at Harvard, starting and what is now Meta and Facebook? Get a life. It's young people who are going to do it. Okay? So, I'm going to clap the young people them in here. Of course, it's only young people clapping young people. All of you are young. But I'm so pleased to see that the schools and the universities are represented here. Vital, and you must understand, get off scrolling on Instagram unless you're selling something, and there are many young people selling a lot of stuff around the world from Jamaica on Instagram. Don't waste your time with other people's business. Look at your own business, build Jamaica, build your family, build your business, and let the others waste them time with Instagram. If they're on Instagram, them have a lot more money than you. Leave them alone. You go do your business, so them start sending messages about you. When them hear that, 4 Jamaicans got together and created this app that is doing A, B, C, D, and turning the world apart. They will go to Instagram for you. You stop going for them. You do look after your own business. We are at the cutting edge of a digital revolution in Jamaica. Good that we are, because we need this continuing initiative to drive prosperity, empowering entrepreneurs, and eliminating efficiencies in government, and of course in the private sector. This digital revolution is very necessary to fuel greater investment, productivity, and profitability. You will never hear me talk about productivity without profitability, because right after that I'm going to ask for higher pay. But you cannot get higher pay if the company that you're working for, whether you own it or you work for it, do not make profits, and those companies can only make good profits when they are increasing their profitability. And today, the increasing of profitability comes from what e-government is doing and what digitization does for a company. You are at the cutting edge of that profitability drive to make sure our workers get a lot more money from salaries because the companies are being profitable. Unions can't ask for more. Government can't change unless we get more profits. So the reason why I'm so happy about people making profits, companies making profits, because without raising taxes, the government collects more taxes to make more roads, more hospitals, more schools, more tax benefits, more making it easier for you to buy your electricity. This is a real transformation. The Andrew Holness administration has made it a solidly aggressive commitment to a digital-first agenda that will cement Jamaica as a regional leader in innovation and efficiency. We must not back away from that. In the past 10 years, we have changed this country. Yes, we're still known that we sing well, we dance well, we run fast, but everybody around the world, in this region, the wider world, know that Jamaicans know how to manage an economy from where it was a basket case 10 years ago. Well, that's all economists call the Jamaican economy when they wrote about it 10 years ago, a basket case, to now where we are the poster child, not just for the IMF and the World Bank, but financial institutions around the world. I was at Bloomingdale's. I worked at Bloomingdale's once. I worked there for a summer. I was at Bloomberg about a year and a half ago, and they're saying to me, we want to see more Jamaican paper coming to borrow money. They want us to issue bonds. You know why they want that? Because we haven't been issuing bonds. Banks love you when you don't need their money. They beg you to take their money. So let them stay right there and beg. We want to make sure we manage our economy so that we are the leaders. And in the e-government space and the digitization space, we must become the leaders in the Caribbean. Anika, understand that. No second best. The second man, not even General Rocky Meade. Remember who the second man was that went to the moon was. But everybody in here, remember, say the first man was Neil Armstrong. First counts, second no matter much. So we must be first. The numbers speak for themselves. Our bold economic reforms are delivering results. As of March 31, 2025, our debt to GDP ratio is projected to be 68.7%, as said 2 days ago in Parliament by Minister Favour Williams. And that is coming from a high of 147% about 10 years ago. 147% debt to 68.7% debt. I was addressing all the diplomats who come here for Diplomatic Week, all the people who are representing countries. Some of them are in Bahamas, Cuba. They all come here. I was talking to them, and I challenge them. I say, you show me one non-oil producing emerging market country like Jamaica that has, in the short period of 10 years, been able to move itself from being a basket case of an economy to being a poster child for an economy. Not one. None oil. Don't bring up Brunei and Qatar and those. They have oil. Don't bring up Guyana. Guyana had about 5,000 GDP, less than 5,000 about 7, 8 years ago. 3 years ago, last year, in 2024, their per capita GDP had moved from that 5,000, 7 or so years ago, to 20,000. Forbes just issued its 10 largest, richest country by per capita GDP. Luxembourg in Europe is number 1. Singapore is number 2. Ireland is right up there. Qatar is number 5. The United States is number 10. Luxembourg has 154,000 US dollars per capita GDP for each person in Luxembourg, a small country in Europe. United States had 89,000. Guyana last year had 20,000. This year, Guyana's per capita GDP, according to Forbes, is north of 91,000 US dollars, higher than the US. Number 9 in the scheme of 10. Now, I hope you all understand why I, since 2022 October, I have taken 3 business missions to Guyana. Guyana and us are great friends. We've treated them with great respect, and they're us. And we must make sure, let me tell you something. Everyone I know, me know some who love to go to Miami and New York, and they're wonderful. Me like that too. Buy on a ticket and go to Guyana and spend some time and find out what's going around there. Guyana is going to be rich for a long time. They only have 780,000 people. You're going to need people. They love Jamaica. Many of them, most of them study here at the University of the West Indies. So you want economic growth in Jamaica, you make sure we link up closely with Guyana. And you know how to do that? Digitally first. So get all the digitization in place so we can work easily. And they need people like us who will go there and work with them. In 5 years' time, 6 years' time, 4 years' time, Guyana's population could double, and it will be doubled by people who are really top-class professionals, engineers, doctors, professors, really first-class craftsmen, because you're going to build out a whole heap of schools and hospitals and hotels, all of that. There is tremendous opportunity, but if you're digitally educated, you might not even have to leave Jamaica. You go down to Guyana, make your contacts, set up your business right here, like many people are doing right now in Jamaica. People come from the United States, look, or wherever they come from, recruit them and them stay in them house and make a whole heap of money. I'm just saying, e-government is the way to go, Anika. I'm so glad you're doing this. So we have that great per capita GDP, the debt to GDP. And that debt to GDP tells us that we can do many other things in our economy. Inflation is firmly at 4.3%. The policy guidelines given by the government to the Bank of Jamaica is 4 to 6%. They're well within it. Unemployment is at a historic low of 3.5%. This is so good that every time I make a speech, you're going to hear it. So you could just write it down, so I don't have to say it. I said, you remember what you write down? All right, that. 3.5%, historically low in our country. When we were coming into government in 2016, and I've studied numbers all my life, worked with numbers all my life, I would never have dared to say that by 2025, or unemployment rate would be at 3.5%. If I said that in 2016, Professor Mansing would have laughed at me. We're good friends. She and her husband would have laughed at me and said, this madman is why Prime Minister Andrew have him in government? Him not have no sense. But here we are, historically low unemployment. Everybody in the region grudges us for it. Not a bad grudge, a good grudge. The Jamaican dollar is very stable, vital for business to plan their businesses. You know, if it used to, if a wind was announced on the west coast of Africa, our dollar would wobble. Not anymore. And the central bank's responsibility is not to manage the dollar. It's to manage inflation, which is is the biggest theft of a good currency. And so that's the central bank's mandate. Our mandate as fiscal policymakers is to manage the economy in such a way that unemployment is low. The Federal Reserve has two mandates: look after unemployment and control inflation. Our Bank of Jamaica has one: control inflation. The government, through its policies, must take care of unemployment. So you know what? When it's down at 3.5%, I say the government has done a good job, and I'm asking you to give us a clap right there. Thank you. No, pian clap. No, a good one. Thank you. Do you know how hard it is to get unemployment down to that level? So, the data is proof of our disciplined political and economic leadership, our good strategic economic policies, and our commitment to real, tangible help and prosperity for all Jamaicans. All Jamaicans. That's why the government is sponsoring this e-government program. It is the most amazingly democratizing issue you can have. You think about it. You think about it. I mean, I'm going to tell you about the MasterCard plan, and they said, look, people must have smartphone. I said, let me tell you something. If people don't have anything in their house, every house has two smartphones. Think of what that means. You remember Roger Clark, my good friend Roger Clark? Hello, hello. You know, and while it was funny, and it still is funny, it is so very true. We leapfrog. We had to wait 5 years, like Indian, Sri Lankan countries like ours, to get a landline. Director Record knows that's true. And then Digicel came in, which incidentally, when I came back to Jamaica, the first big loan I did at NCB was the $27 million we gave to Digicel, who did not have any money at that time to start that business. Banks are important. Just saying. So when you democratize information and decision-making, when you have complete digitization, it will never be complete because it's always changing, but we have to get much better at it. And it's a wonderful thing to have ordinary people in Southfield, St. Elizabeth, where I come from. Don't even think about, they don't even know what one of those phones you hang up on. They never saw one. But now the information is available to everybody. The digital shift, a new era for business and investment. I'm pleased to be here as Jamaica's business minister at the third staging of the Digital Government Technology Showcase hosted by eGovernment Limited. As we explore this year's theme, Digital Transformation Unlocked, Shaping Jamaica's Tomorrow. This is so important. It must always remain forward-looking. What is done is done. That's recorded on some income statement or balance sheet. It is the forward-looking look that we must have. And so many of you in here are young, so you can only look forward and have much past to look at. So it's forward-looking. We must keep at the forefront of our minds and actions that Jamaica's digital transformation agenda is non-negotiable. It is the engine of our future growth. As Jamaica, I'm going to tell you why. As Jamaica's business ministry, we are ensuring that digitization, automation, and innovation become the new standard for commerce, investment, and entrepreneurship. We're digitizing public sector services, slashing bureaucracy where we can, and ensuring transparency. We are building an ecosystem that makes it easier, faster, and more profitable to do business in Jamaica. Through Export Jamaica. Export Jamaica is hosted by the Trade Board. The Trade Board is one of the 20 agencies in my ministry. Through Export Jamaica, the Export Academy, and Jamaica Trade Information Portal, JTIP, we are equipping Jamaican businesses with digital tools to compete and win in the global stage. E-government has been helpful. E-government must continue to make sure you push us beyond the borders that we are at right now. And Export Jamaica. I don't care which field you're in. I don't care if you're practicing to become a pastor. Go to the Export Jamaica website on the Trade Board. It hosts 190 different countries. If you want to export to Fiji or Dubai or the Netherlands, it tells you what you have to do for free. There, go to the ministry's website, go to JAMPRA's website. Instead, remember, you're not scrolling anymore on Instagram to fasten people's business. You're going to websites that are going to inform you as to run your own business. So we encourage that. Export Jamaica, since its launch, has over 2,397 visitors, over 10,000 page views, powering businesses to discover and enter new markets. Notice that we're measuring and monitoring to see that what we're offering is useful. The role of trade and technology in the economic growth of Jamaica is just vital. The Holness administration is not just talking about transformation, we're delivering on it. As we see more school children coming in, wonderful. The Trade Board is leading the charge in digitization. As we said, the Export Academy is there for you to use. It's an online training portal. You don't have to go anywhere. You can stay at home and learn how to do trade. And you might not be doing trade, but you can become a consultant to people who do trade. And you create your own work that way. The Jamaica Trade Information Portal has seen a 75% increase in traffic this financial year alone, with over 75,000 visits. So you be a visitor there. The Trade Information Portal at the Trade Board, it's run with the Customs Agency, because Jamaican businesses recognize the power of digital access in global trade. We are looking to empower the micro, small, and medium enterprise businesses that run this country. And I mean that. They are the backbone of Jamaica's economy, accounting for nearly 92% of Jamaican businesses that are registered in the company office. 92% are medium, small, and small enterprises. It's amazing. They are responsible for 44% of the GDP of this country. And their sales generate 13.4% of government revenues. They pay our salaries. I really like them. So I go to road shows all over the place so they can make more money and pay more government salaries. Not more to me, but more to more people. Businesses in the MSME sector employ about 70% of workers in the private sector. Grace has some big numbers, NCB, but they're always looking to, they call it right sizing. That's not a word for employment. You guys can work out what that means. Where employment happens is the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, which is why they must be digitized. So this administration will never leave our entrepreneurs behind. We're providing tools for research, and we have partnered with the European Union. The European Union gave Jamaica about 7.9 million euros, about 1.5 billion Jamaican dollars. Well, we in the ministry got 1.7 million of those 7.5 million euros. That's equivalent to 281 million Jamaican dollars. You know what we're doing with it? The money is going through JBDC. I opened their office in Mandeville yesterday, a new office there, and they are supposed to use it for MSME. So, you know, because me come from the private sector, and them say, I don't understand how government, me say to them, my PS was sitting here, PS, every month I want a report as to how many MSMEs have been reached, how many have been upskilled, how many they have given devices to, and I asked Katie and my executive assistant to monitor it every month. I want to see. We're not going to get digitized, Mrs. Shuttleworth, unless we monitor and make sure it's done. Whatever is monitored gets done. So me not just want monitor it, me measure it. And if it not up to scratch, the agency head is going to meet me with the PS and tell me why it's not up to scratch. Because I'm not letting it go, because I know how important it is for Jamaica. If we don't do this, guys, we're not going to be anywhere. We don't have the landmass of China. We don't have the landmass and people of the United States. We certainly don't have the landmass of even Mexico or Colombia. We have only what we have. And therefore, we're not going to be a major manufacturing powerhouse to take on China or India or anybody else. But boy, we have brain power. How many people Luxembourg have that have 154,000 US dollars per capita GDP? How many people Bermuda has? Bermuda is not listed in that top 10 because it's not an independent country. Their per capita GDP is north of 150,000 US dollars, just below Singapore. How much they have? So we're going to have to make sure that we digitize, and we're putting that money in. We're digitizing because we have to make sure we export a lot more. We're not going to export a lot of manufactured stuff. Yes, there'll be some. But the export will have to be services. That's what makes Cayman, Turks and Caicos, the British Virgin Islands, and Bermuda in our region, in Bahamas, so strong. Bahamas has a per capita GDP of 34,000. Okay? We have 7,000. That is not acceptable. That must move up to 10, 15, 20, 25 very quickly. That's the only way we're going to get rich, and that means we have to digitize. You getting the picture? What you're doing is vitally important to this country. Yes, we do some mining. Yes, we're going to do other things and make wonderful sauces and food. But we're going to have to digitize to make the leap that we did when we got the cell phone and forget waiting 5 years to get a line. We said, hello, hello. We're in the digital age. And so that's vitally important. So what we're doing, the Jamaica International Financial Service Authority is in my ministry. I've just changed the regulations, the rules, the laws, statutes actually, the laws, to make sure that they can do segregated accounts. Go to the GIFSA website and find out what it is. You should know anyway, because if we're going into services, that's where we're going to make money. I'm now working on the partnerships account, the limited and general partnerships, which means very quickly that you can have a partnership. The segregated accounts have different companies in there and accounts, and you segregate them so that the assets from this one is not charged to this one. The bank who lends this one can't take the assets over here. So that's a rough description, but it's interesting. Go and find out. That's where we're going to go. So the reason why Cayman and British Virgin Islands had these people, because we never had the legal infrastructure to accommodate them. So now we're giving them a legal ecosystem to work from. We have the people. Many of the people in BVI and Cayman and Bermuda are Jamaicans, Jamaican accountants, Jamaican lawyers. We want to give them jobs here that they want to come back home to. We want them back home. We're making the legislation. But ladies and gentlemen, Anika and Professor, unless we digitize and digitize quickly, we cannot compete in that field. So I'm here this morning really encouraging you to say, look, make sure we do it. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Andrew Holness administration has just done its 10th budget without any new taxes. Minister Williams is first. You go and do your research And you show me one emerging country that has done that through the pandemic, through weather issues, or even if Jamaica has even come close to 10 consecutive budgets without new taxes before 2016. That is a major, major achievement. So many people, and I told the diplomats yesterday, they couldn't believe it. And so we're looking at no new taxes. But I want to challenge you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Every day we Jamaicans, we are Jamaicans. So 7,000 per capita GDP should not be here. I don't see why Barbados has 22, Trinidad has 25, and we have 7, and we're running the best economy. But it's only new. So you now have to give us that leapfrog. Every day we Jamaicans must strive to become known regionally and internationally as focused, performing, productive, and very smart, innovative crafters and innovators of ingenious products and services. Services are important, and you are the jelly and the cement that makes services work. I invite all entrepreneurs, all you bright people in here, business owners, all hardworking Jamaicans, you couldn't be in here unless you're hardworking, are here today to join in this noble national effort to cement our political independence, which we have had and garnered and managed for 61 years, almost 62 years now. What we must support that political independence with a very robust economic independence. You're not independent if you don't have economic independence. And therefore, it is e-government and what you and your folks in your area and discipline do to make government and private sector privatize that is going to give us that robust economic independence. The Canadians won't do it for us. The Americans won't. The Chinese won't. The Indians won't. Our friends in Trinidad and Tobago won't. It's us, Jamaicans, who must make sure that we make our economy so robust and strong that our political independence is never questioned. It's one of the strongest in the Western Hemisphere. We take on anybody, but we cannot remain at 7,000 per capita GDP. It's e-government, and all you bright guys in here who President Kennedy would have been proud of, who must give us that economic robustness. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful time.
Oh no, I think he deserves a bigger round of applause than that, please. Every single time I hear Minister talk, I'm like, okay, what can I go and sell now? I need to find something. I need to just start building out something. My gosh, when they talk about passion and persuasion, he checks those boxes. And Minister, can I just say though, sir, that you need to start thinking about writing a book and putting all these thoughts in the, sir, please, okay? Get the audiobook online. Who would buy Minister's book right now? I would buy the book right now. There we go. Yes. We don't want these lovely thoughts, ideas, and really challenges, of course, that we lose them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had an incredible morning, right? You don't sound like you feel full. I know you're probably not full of breakfast yet, but you're supposed to be full of information. So have we had a good morning? Yes, we've had an incredible morning. And we have so many persons that we'd like to thank, all of our sponsors, all of our partners. It's a long list, but we have to acknowledge them nevertheless before we actually break for, of course, a walkthrough. And we're going to be inviting the PS and all of our other dignitaries to join, of course, the minister in this walkthrough as well. But we want to just quickly name the sponsors. Platinum sponsor, Digicel. We also have Fortinet, Jiu-Jitsu. We have IslandNet. We have IQ Tech. We have Lumu. We have Particular Presence, PBS, Smart Mobile Solutions. And we have another list of sponsors that we're going to be highlighting them later on. But at this time, we want to say a big thanks again to our minister for coming through and for giving us his endorsement and for challenging us to not just waste time scrolling on social media, but to really offer value through our services. I know we may not be able to give a lot to the world because of our size, but we can be a small island with a big mind, right? And so we continue to do big things as we take on the digital revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the morning ceremony. Give yourselves a big round of applause for being an absolutely amazing audience. And now we get to see, touch, listen, ask the questions that we need to as we take a look at the exhibition hall with this walkthrough. So at this time, we ask that you make your way on out. We're going to be inviting our PS. Also, we're inviting Senator to join the PS as well as our chair. Yes, please. Our chairman and also our CEO. Oh, you want, okay, quick picture before we leave. Okay, so they're asking for a quick photo. Photographers asking for a quick photo. You know, this is, of course, a digital conference, so we have to take pictures to post on social media. Hello. There we go. And in the interim, while we go snap with the photos, let me give you an idea of the build-out on the outside. So we're looking at a number of booths. There is the Department of Correctional Services. There is the Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team. The JCF is also here. The Jamaica Customs Agency, and for the persons who heard that Amazon is now offering free. I know you want to go and talk to Customs right now. So make sure that you go on over there and have a word with Customs, please. We also have with us today the Jamaica Defense Force. There is a Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice, National Housing Trust, Passport, Immigration and Citizen Agency. We have the Registrar General's Department. We also have the TAJ here with us. Also want to let you know that the Airport Authority of Jamaica, they are here. Company's Office of Jamaica, E-Learning Jamaica, Forestry Department, the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority, JAMPRO, Jamaica Post is here. Meteorological Services of Jamaica, they're here. Ministry of Agriculture, they're here. National Land Agency, National Water Commission, National Environment and Planning Agency, Port Authority of Jamaica, they're here. Spectrum Management, Scientific Research Council, the Trade Board, Water Resources Authority, Hard Trust NSTA, Ministry of Education, and so many more. So please go on the outside, do the walkthrough, and we will resume with the presentation at about 10:50 a.m. with Marlon Cooper at Simtai Consulting. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your morning. Enjoy the short break. Thank you.
and there's more to come. So we've done significant expansions to bring us definitely forward into the 21st century. It's been around since the 1980s, so obviously we've had to evolve over time. So we've done some significant upgrades in our power capacity, in our cooling capabilities. We've added multiple layers of redundancy. And also, one of the big things is with modern technology comes greater efficiency energy-wise. So we're actually seeing, even though we're doing more, we're consuming less electricity as a side effect. We're not going into that heavily just yet, but that's something that we're working on to improve even more as we go. So everything related to all of the infrastructure that sits in the data center is us. And one of the things is we do a number of different things for government. One of them is co-location services, meaning our MDAs, instead of being in the business of operating data centers, they can move their production environments into our data center. So we look after the data center, they don't have to worry about it. All they need to do is concentrate on their business, whatever it is, right? We take care of the environment, so it's always on, it's always powered, it's always cool, it's always physically protected, and it's always easily connected to anything because you have multiple paths of fiber coming in, and that's simply what a data center does. It facilitates all of those things in one central place.
So it connects across Jamaica.
That's GovNet,
That's GovNet.
which Sasha will speak about. Oh, so our minimum target year on year is 99.98% uptime. 99.98% uptime. But because we are so aggressive with maintenance, preventative maintenance on all of these things, and a lot of technology we put in, our actual uptime is 100% for the last couple of years.
Because of the really aggressive maintenance.
Correct. Maintenance is a big part of it. Another big part of it is investment in technologies for redundancy. So anything breaks, we still keep going. We don't shut down whenever there's a power failure. I know my CEO gets nervous when there's a power failure, but I tell her it's a non-issue because we generate power on site, right? So that's a non-issue. That's a normal event for us. If there's a hurricane, not necessarily normal because we have people, but for the data center, it keeps going. We do nothing differently.
Where do you have a backup?
We do have backup data center facilities with a third-party provider at another location.
In Jamaica?
Yes, at the moment, yes. 100% uptime. You're a couple steps ahead of us right now, but yes.
Testing. All right, so I'm Sasha Ebanks, and I'm the network specialist at eGov. And what we're in charge of is the government network, which is GovNet for short. What we're doing is providing connectivity across the country for various government entities. We have schools and communities who are also on this network to receive internet and other services. So without our infrastructure, he can't work. So currently we have, and if you look behind you, you'll see this is our KMA connectivity. We have built the network with a lot of redundancy within the KMA. So if something breaks, there's another path to services. Yeah. And right now, these are the courts that are currently connected across the island. So we have connectivity right across the island. And there's another map here that shows the RMA connections. The brown ones, there might be some issues there, but they're not down. Yes. The gray ones, I think those are not up as yet. Yes. So they're pending being connected. But the green ones are all live. Right. So this is our rural connectivity for GovNet. And these are all the main nodes that are connected on GovNet right now. And you can see we have a ring around the island which provides redundancy across various paths. Okay.
We're going to trade board. I know it's a good thing. Ready?
cutting edge, actually, products, right, for Jamaica in terms of land management. And so we've actually invested very heavily in the right technology that we do need, for example, drones, but also other equipment, surveying equipment. In this case, we have like hydrographic surveying equipment, so that we can actually create and maintain the highest level of digital information, land-related information for Jamaica and for our waters surrounding Jamaica. And so we are here showcasing some of what we do. We offer services to government entities, but also we do offer services to private entities as well. And private interest can come and we can talk and we can have a negotiation as to what we can do. But mostly we offer services on behalf of the government of Jamaica. Yeah?
It's on, it's good, yeah. And next up. Guys, please, you're next. Are you gonna ask me? No, you're gonna talk about what you're doing. Oh.
Answer the minister's call to increase
You're live, you're
export.
live.
Export Jamaica can be a game changer for the exporting community. It provides access to, I can't think of anything that an exporter would need that you can't find on Export Jamaica. You can identify potential market for your product, potential buyers for your product. You can even investigate and find out if the entity that you want to do business with is legitimate. And that is extremely important, given what is happening around the world, especially now. So it's an extremely useful tool, and we encourage everyone to make use of it. In particular, one of the concerns that we have is that not enough export is taking place. And it's important that the next generation get involved in exports. And the tools that we have launched. Tell him again. The numbers that we have from Export Jamaica right now, there isn't enough of an uptake in the use of the tool. And, we talk about these things a lot at the office. And it occurred to us that, we have to reach the next generation. We have to reach our students and start encouraging them. Instead of thinking about getting a job after they leave school, start business.
Water Resources Authority, and we are the government agency that is in charge with monitoring and allocating Jamaica's resources. So if anyone wants to abstract water, we are the ones who they have to get permission from, whether public or private, for domestic use, agriculture, industry, non-consumptive. So the way how we use technology is basically allowing us to ensure water is being used in a sustainable way, to be able to use that the data that we get at one time. So for instance, this is our license dashboard that we've created to keep track of all of the licenses that are currently in use in the country, which is 845. It's distributed across groundwater, which is water extracted from wells, and surface water, which is water extracted from rivers and streams. We have the total volume that's being allocated. So if it is that Jamaica is moving towards a hydraulic drought, we can say to our abstractors that they have to abstract less. If it is that you want to extract water, let's say you have a piece of land and you want to dig a well for farming, we evaluate if it's going to negatively affect the environment, such as decrease the water table. So we ensure that Jamaica's resources are being used sustainably for ensuring it's there in the future, essentially. Yes. So this is on right. Yes. Thank you.
We're making the next stop to Company's Office of Jamaica, which is right.
You're able to incorporate your company online. You're able to register your business name. You're able to also close that business when you have registered it. And you're also able to renew the business that you have registered. You're able to get information, apply for certified copies, apply for your letter of good standing that you will need to do business with the banks and other institutions. So that's what we're here doing today. And in order to register online, you need your ID, TRN, proof of home address, and $2,500. And you submit your application online. For companies, you need to submit, you have your directors, your secretary, your shareholder. Just upload the documents that are required. The cost is $27,500. Yes.
Which system do they use to do that?
Online on our website, www.orcjamaica.com. Or if you want to go paper, you can come into the office. But, online is best.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
and Communications and Community Engagement at Heart NSDA Trust. And today we are showcasing our Skills on Demand app, which is just a game changer when you think about trying to get skilled labor and connecting the persons, employers who want to have certified labor. And sometimes it's so difficult. So at your fingertips, we now have this app that you can download from your Google Play Store or from iPhone, and you can find a slew of professionals that are available at your fingertips. So you need a plumber, a certified plumber, an electrician, a childcare professional, a graphic artist, cosmetologist. Download the app, and you can rest assured that you're going to get a quality professional.
Trained by heart.
Trained and certified by heart. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, nice to meet you again, sir.
Come here.
Welcome. Thank you for visiting the booth of the Jamaica Post, your preferred logistics partner. We're here today in support of eGov, of course, as an agency under the Office of the Prime Minister. Thank you for being here, PS. Thank you as always, Minister. And we are here to showcase ourselves as a logistics giant in Jamaica. Of course, you know, letter mail is on the decline. However, parcels and small packets are on the increase. As a result of that, when it comes on to our expedited services, we're showcasing it today as it relates to Zip Mail, Next Business Day Courier Services to support SMEs and MSMEs. You can have anything delivered in Jamaica for just 500 Jamaican dollars from post to post. So if you need something from Morant Bay, probably from the Bounty Brook area, to go to Negril, 500 Jamaican dollars. We have our click and ship service. It's our freight forwarding company where you're able to send things to Jamaica via your US tax-free address. And your fast track service, where you can send things outbound expedited 3 to 5 business days, and you're able to send your transcripts, your expedited services, your important documents overseas. So we are here to support our SMEs, MSMEs, all the organizations, individuals and companies, and we're happy to be here at the eGov Digital Showcase. Thank you so much for visiting our booth. We're here to help.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
One second. If you're going to point to this side. So you point to the side? Or you stay here? Or point, you can still go on this side and point behind. Sure, no problem. So we're here this morning to show how we use technology to do 3 things. The first, to make weather observations, to sample the atmosphere right across the island, the Caribbean, and the entire world. And then secondly, how we use technology to run numerical supermodels that can generate the weather, that can create products like this. So behind you, we have an automatic weather station. And this automatic weather station, we have about 120 of them across the island. It samples the atmosphere across the island. We also have weather balloons. So this samples at the surface, and the weather balloons will the atmosphere all the way up. We also have access to radar and satellite. And we take that technology make the samples, put them in numerical computers, run models, so we can have images like these to show what is happening across the country, the Caribbean, and the world. And therefore, we think technology is important, it is a driving factor, and it is what makes the Met Service create excellent weather products and services for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Critical service.
We're going down this. Thank you. Sir.
Tell us who you are. Elevator pitch, 1 minute.
Good to see you again. Give me a good handshake. Good. Where's BS? Where's the BS? Again, taking selfie. BS, you have to follow us, you know. You can't just take selfie everywhere. Right here? Come around.
Ready?
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Introduce yourself.
Good morning. Our company is Smart Mobile Solutions. We're a full-service IT company that operates under 3 distinct divisions, namely software studios, technical services, and commodities. That's it?
No, you can say something else. Come on, say something else. All
Okay.
Right. You see, once you pause, you lose.
I was
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're right, but I can't put my finger on it either. 14 quickly.
14 14 the representative of 14
Oh, Richie, right here. Richie. There you go.
Both of you guys are going to be speaking.
Are you speaking also? I'm just an introduction. That's it.
All right, sure. You can come around for me.
You're on.
Yeah.
Hold the mic close.
Okay, there you go.
Ready?
So what do I start with?
Yeah, you can speak.
So, good morning, everybody. What we have here on screen is our part of our SecOps platform. And one of the interesting things about our SecOps platform is what we've done to simplify and lower the learning curve by using AI. So what we're doing is basically using the AI engine where now you can basically ask the platform, hey, can you provide me with this information? Can you show me what threats I have? Basically using natural language to ask it for feedback on what's going on in your network. And the goal of this is to, as I mentioned, lower that learning curve. Well, before you had to have an engineer know how to do all the queries, how to look up the information. Why don't we simplify it by using natural language, using AI, and not just retrieving information, you can also use it to take actions, where we say, there's an infected machine on my network. Well, AI, I want you to quarantine this device. I want to get rid of this malicious device off my network and isolate it. So the whole goal is to orchestrate your secure response, from providing visibility into what's going on, into providing actions across your network devices.
You work for government and private sector.
We provide solutions for both government, private sector. We have a whole cloud all the way down into the endpoint. We're mostly known for our firewalls, but we've designed basically a security stack that can provide security across every layer of defense.
Good to hear. Nice to meet you.
This is now all your data, so is it live that the chatbot is interacting with?
In this case, it's a video showing the interaction.
Yeah, but what do you typically have in your system?
Say again?
What do you typically have in your system?
What we typically have is the analyzer, which is a data collection. It receives all the logs that are coming in.
So it's the logs, it's not the live data.
In this case, it's all the logs, but it's basically in real time, so you can consult with the information that just came in. And you can set triggers where you say, if I see the following action occurring, something malicious, I want to automate my response from the immediately. I don't want to waste time having a human person review it, analyze it, and then respond. A threat is a threat.
So the automatic response is there.
Yes.
The threat is
The goal is to build up these automated responses so we can act upon them immediately.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Digital Business booth. We are here at Digital Business focused on ensuring that there is connectivity that allows government and private sector to run their businesses in Jamaica, of course. And as Simtai Consulting, we are the strategic cybersecurity data privacy partners of Digicel. We've been working with government to ensure that they are compliant with our Data Protection Act and ensuring that organizations start to implement cybersecurity procedures that allow them to become resilient, because we know that cyber attacks continue, they are increasing. Every week we are hearing about the new targets, so we want to make sure that our government systems especially are robust so that there is trust and there can be continuity in service. So please come and see the Digital Business booth, meet all of the lovely ladies and gentlemen around the back, and then come and talk to us and we'll help you to get cyber secure and ensure that you are data privacy compliant. Thank you very much.
Yes, it means we are about ready to resume the proceedings on this side of the room. I know we are taking it all in the showcase area, and we are loving it. I overheard somebody said, boy, the conference is nice, though, appear good information I'm getting. So that's a good look. We want to resume things on this side, though, because we have a very special presentation coming up from Mr. Marlon Cooper. He is the CEO of Simtai. Is that correct, Marlon? Yes. Simtai Consulting. So we're asking the persons who are on the other side of this space to join us in this room because you do not want to miss it. We're also giving our production team just a little time to get things back in order. Our camera crew were on the other side making sure that we followed the minister and the guests to ensure that we're getting everything. How is it going for everybody so far? I mean, don't all answer at once, but please answer. Are we just so overwhelmed by the amount of information out there? We're soaking it all in. Isn't this a good event? Yeah, right? It's a very good event. Very good event. Lots of information. And the good thing is, for the persons who have been saying, you know, some of this information is kind of fragmented. This company over this side, that ministry over that side, this agency over this side. It's all on eGovJA. So we want you all to go on to the platform and have a look at all that they have there to offer. Okay? And ensuring, guys, that you are taking the content. We always take content of all kind of things when we travel and go to new places and see old friends. Make sure that you capture what's happening on the floor so that we're able to get a bigger audience for next year's staging. We want to carry this event right to the national arena. And it's just such a big event. You know, like Messi is in Jamaica for this event. He is. Don't worry, he's joining us online, I'm told. I'm told he's watching us online. I also hear that Usher and his family, they're here in Jamaica as well. Yes, ma'am. They're here watching us online. You know, they're just enjoying things from their resort, but they're watching us online. Jamaica is a big deal. We're just drawing people from all boats, you know? That's what we do. All right, as soon as I get my thumbs up from my production team, I will introduce our presenter. Big thanks again to all of our sponsors, everyone who said yes to the execution of this event. And there are persons who were watching us online earlier on who they've made their way here since. Yeah, they were passing by and they said, boy, we see all these feather banners on the outside. We had to come in. So we are about ready. We're ready. Team? Production team? Thumbs up? Is that there we go. Thumbs up. We are ready to resume. So ladies and gentlemen, for those persons joining us online, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the GoJ's Digital Government Technology Showcase. This is the Digital Transformation Unlocked Shaping Jamaica's Tomorrow event. We started out earlier on with an opening ceremony, and now we're going to dive into this presentation. It gives us great pleasure to welcome to this stage a seasoned leader with over 25 years of experience in the realm of data analysis and analytics, IT security, digital transformation, anti-money laundering, and related areas. Mr. Marlon Cooper brings a blend of understated business acumen and high level of energy to every endeavor that he encounters. Marlon is a critical thinker, adept to envisioning the bigger picture, and of course navigating the intricate steps required to achieve it. And so we're very happy that he has decided to join us this morning. Please put your hands together and let's welcome him to the stage.
Thank you, Madam Master of Ceremonies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, students. Can you all hear me okay? I feel like I'm in school because the front row is empty. Okay, I'm told there's a slight delay on the screen, so I am trying to make sure I understand it. Okay. So I'm here to talk to you about cybersecurity and data privacy and protection compliance in what is the age of scale, scope, and speed. In 2011, much better. In 2011, Uber had 150,000 drivers. By 2015, they had 300,000. On December 30, 2015, Uber recorded its 1 billionth ride. That's 1 billion with a B. I have a question for the audience. How long do you think that it took them from December 30, 2015, where they recorded 1 billion rides, to get to 2 billion rides? I hear years, I hear months. The answer is it took them 6 months to go from 1 billion rides to 2 billion rides. By early 2016, it was operating in 400 cities across 70 countries. I say that because technology has become an enabler in ways that no other generation that has existed has seen. We have come to a connection of scale, scope, and speed. I know a lot of you are very focused on the actual technology itself, but I want you to understand that technology really is just an enabler. Okay, so whether we're talking about AI, whether we're talking about cloud computing, whether we're talking about machine learning, all of them are enablers. The statistics I gave you about Uber shows how technology enables you to operate at speed, to create scale, and to expand and create businesses, to create scope that never existed before. Who knew that you could have a car service that you could just call on your phone? That's not your own car, that's not a taxi, right? So technology enables us to do big whats and big whys. The what that technology enables us to do, which is what this digital transformation conference is about, are about things like online and integrated health services, online and personalized education, remote and telework alternatives, digital payments, and e-government. This means that whichever school you go to in Jamaica, using the same enabling technology, you can have the best education. Regardless of which community you live in inside of Jamaica, if we're able to leverage these enablers, you can have the best healthcare. You can have integrated healthcare. You can have personalized education. You can get services from your government in ways that you never thought possible. I think Estonia is one of the most digitally advanced countries in the world. 99% of all government services are available online. 99%. That is what these technologies enable. And that's why we're having a conversation about digital transformation. I have another quick quiz for my students. Do you know what digitalization is? My students. You know what it means to digitalize something? Okay, I see you eating your popcorn, chewing your bubble gum, mouth full, you can't answer. Do you know what it means to digitize something? To digitize. Which school do you attend? You're a student. Go ahead, my big student. Which one are you? So when you digitize something, it means that you are taking it from being physical to make it digital. So you take a piece of paper, the big books that you're used to, and they made them digitals. Made them digital. When you digitalize something, it means that you use digital technology to improve the process. So today, for example, if I want to get my motor vehicle license, I can go online and I can pay for it, which I have done, and I'm very excited about it. I talk about it all the time. And then I walk into the tax office and I see all the people in the line, and I just walk up to my... I love walking in and walking out and seeing the line behind me. Don't tell anybody. And then digital transformation now is when you change the entire way an organization or a government operates. The purpose of digital transformation is to impact your life positively. If your life isn't positively changed, it hasn't worked. All they've done is use some technology to do something. All right? That's very, very important for those of you who are future entrepreneurs. Keep that in mind. So, technology is enabling us to have all these big whats and these big whys, right? And then we had a pandemic. And what the pandemic did was it accelerated the rate at which transformation takes place. So COVID-19 forced us to lean into these technologies and to start accelerating delivery of services. COVID-19 caused a lot of global collaboration to take place, government agencies, organizations to work at sharing their resources and expertise to facilitate digital transformation. That changed the world completely. Now, because we start to push all of these products and services and delivery of products and services through digital channels, from a cybersecurity and a data privacy compliance perspective, we massively expanded what we call the attack surface, which is the area in which you could be susceptible to a cyber attack, right? So there are increased cyber attacks, and unless you have your head under the sand, you would know this. Just last week, there were 2 other companies that were in the newspaper locally. We're talking about cyber attacks, right? And the fact that the cyber breach would have potentially caused a data privacy breach as well. So regulatory compliance is being pushed because of the impact of digital transformation. Now, I'm going to walk you through 2 of the data breach cases that have occurred, and I'm going to tell you why these cyber attacks are occurring. So when a data breach occurs when somebody gets access to data that they're not supposed to. That's when it occurs. It gets worse when that person starts to tamper with the data by either encrypting it so that you can't use it, or worse, by exfiltrating it. Fancy big word, right? Exfiltrate, that means they take it out of the system that it's in and take it outside. This is what's happening when you hear about ransomware and you hear about cyber attacks, right? Well, how are these breaches occurring? Well, these breaches are primarily occurring because you people who are sat in front of me, you like to click on stuff. And I'm choosing my words very carefully. Yes. You click on everything. You didn't enter the lottery, but you're going to click to ensure that you have the winning ticket. This is what you do. And especially my young friends over to my right here, because you are all digitally native and you were born with a phone in your hands and you're used to consuming that way, when your friend says, look at this, no questions asked. Here I go. So how are these breaches occurring? They're occurring because of phishing. You get an email that's enticing or inducing you to click on something. Okay? I'm going to give you one of the cases that occurred here. Bureau of Standards had a cyber incident. There was a phishing attack. That means that someone inside of the organization clicked on an email, clicked on a link, and in doing that, malicious software was installed inside of the organization. They were then able to move laterally across the organization and gain access to information that they weren't supposed to gain access to. So they could start encrypting, possibly start exfiltrating. Okay? And then once they've accomplished that, they then say, I've got your data. Give me money to get it back. You're now the victim of a ransomware attack. It cost the Bureau $231,000 US to restore their systems. All right? This is public information, which is why I can share it right here. It's all Googleable. 63% of organizations spend money on cybersecurity after there's a breach. Not before, after. 63% of organizations. 74% of all breaches involve the human element. Somebody socially engineered you. Why? Because they went on your TikTok and they learned the name of your dog. And then when they sent you a link to something and you clicked on it, and for those of you who are in business organizations, 1/3 of you use your business email for personal reasons and use the same password everywhere. So when they get access to your business email by breaching a non-business site, they just try that password inside of your business organization, and voila. I know you all think that cybersecurity occurs because some sexy thing happens in the sky and somebody connects to this and some Mission Impossible type stuff, but 74% of the time, it's because of you or persons representing you. It's very, very important you understand that. On average, it costs an organization $4.8 million US to recover from a cyber breach. That's the global average cost of a cyber breach, right? Case 2, there is a specific connection between cybersecurity and data privacy and protection. The reason why one of the chief reasons why the Data Privacy Act was implemented is to protect your personal information. Going beyond your personal information is to protect your sensitive information. Going beyond your sensitive information, it's to protect biometric data, data that uniquely identifies you. One of our more recent breaches was of biomedical labs. This breach occurred because of a third-party vendor. So a partner of biomedical was breached, and they managed to gain access to biomedical through that partner. Okay? Very, very common in a digital transformed world. You have to work with third parties. We don't know what data was compromised. We know that some cancer screening results would have been compromised. What's going to happen with this over the next weeks into months is that persons are going to be getting emails, phone calls. They're going to tell you something about yourself. Hello, Marlon Cooper, date of birth, November, so and so and so. TRN, so and so and so. We have the results of your cancer screening from last year. We have the results of your HIV test from last year. That's going to induce you to believe that you're talking to somebody legitimate. And then say, can you click on this link and fill out this information? They may even use the breach to say, in response to the breach that occurred, we are ensuring that all of the victims are adequately covered and compensated. And we like hear about money. Yeah, that's all I must click on it, right? No. The Data Protection Act requires that that breaches are reported within 72 hours. There are fines associated with data breaches. Failure to report the breach within 72 hours is an offense that can lead to a fine and can lead to imprisonment. It's very important as we talk about and you see the wonderful, amazing things that's happening next door with digital transformation, that you understand the attendant cybersecurity and data privacy and protection risk. I'm going to invite you, when you have the time, to visit us at the digital booth. Simtai Consulting and Digital are strategic partners, so we're in the booth together around the back, and we'll be able to talk some more about data privacy protection. If you represent an organization and you'd like to get a free breach readiness assessment, you can click on that QR code, and that will allow you to get one. Now, let me tell you something about clicking on QR codes. There is a form of cyber attack called QR-ishing, which is where they tamper with QR codes. So let me tell you some of the ways that that's occurring. You drive up to a parking lot now and you need to pay, and you have to scan the QR code. The attacker just replaces the code there with their own code because nobody's watching. This one is safe, but don't trust me. If you don't feel safe, come over to the booth and talk to us, all right? And we'll be sharing some more about cybersecurity and data privacy in an interactive session afterwards, so you'll be free to ask your questions and give your comments. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh my gosh. Wow. What an informative presentation. Can we give Marlon another round of applause, please? Marlon, you need to put a course or something online. Seriously, we need to sit in your classroom where you're teaching. Such great information there. I've learned so much. Have you learned anything at all? Tell me, what is QR-ishing? Let me see how much you now know. What is QR-ishing? You're not eligible for entry, ma'am. You work with eGov. You know everything already. And if you work with digital, you're not eligible for entry. You work with Marlon. I'm sorry. We just need students to answer, please. Not the older students, the younger students. We want to test how much they're listening, right? Go ahead, my darling. You can stand up for me, please. Can somebody give her a microphone? This is what it's all about, right? Testing how much you've now garnered from what Marlon has presented. QR-ishing is when people tamper with QR codes, she says. Right? Marlon, we're taking that answer? Good answer, good answer, good answer, good answer. Thank you so much. That shows that you were listening. I have so many other questions to ask, seriously. What is digitization? Anybody know that one now? Anybody learn that one? You're not, I know you want to enter, but no, you're sitting right beside it. Listen to me, no. Digitization is a process of converting physical information into digital information. We're taking that. Good. That is good. Wow. What an excellent presentation. Thank you all for participating live. Yeah, in the age of scale, scope, and speed. And that's exactly what technology is about. That's exactly what today's event is about, showing you how this is all manifesting and showing us really the responsibility that we have in protecting our data and not being so click happy that everything that comes up, we need to click on it because it just looks good and shiny and promises us big fortune and big opportunities. But to be aware of the things that we need to, of course, know, which are legitimate, and the ones that we have to give it a side eye and say, boy, it's something right here. So, Marlon, you said that you're at the booth where digital business is. And so for the persons who may have questions, rather, if you have questions, you can go on ahead and visit them. And if they wanted to get in touch with you specifically, Marlon, how could they do so? Over there. You'll tell them your information there. Exactly. Exactly. All right. So we're going to move on. We are setting up for this big panel discussion that's coming up. We're going to be discussing digital transformation, unlock, shaping Jamaica's tomorrow, why we are here, the importance of it, and how this will serve us not only for what's to come, but even today. We're going to be inviting Mrs. Anika Shuttleworth, our CEO, to come forward. We're inviting Ms. Celia Barkley, Information Commissioner. Back to the stage, Marlon. You're a busy man. Mr. Ricardo Guzman from Fortinet to take a seat. Can we put our hands together, please, as we welcome our panelists? So you answered what is QR ishing, you answered what is digitization. Now tell me what is phishing in the meantime. Anybody can tell me what is phishing while our panelists sit? Sounds extensive a response. Sounds like it's true, right? I think he's correct. Put your hands together for him, please. I think you're correct. Okay, I'm going to ask the team to move the podium. Thank you. So that you're able to see us well. Oh, I have another question. I was writing down and I tell you Marlon took us to school. My gosh. A breach. How quick should we be reporting the breach? How long do we have? 72 hours. The entire crowd was listening. Marlon, you're superb, man. Everybody was listening. And here we are for this panel discussion. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be asking, even though we've just met Marlon, all the panelists, good morning to you all. Thank you again for being here. We're going to ask all of you to introduce yourselves and tell us about the company that you work for. Quick introduction, and we get into the discussions. All right, I'm going to start with you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I am Ricardo Guzman. I work with Fortinet. We are a cybersecurity provider.
All right, good to meet you, sir. Ms. Barkley.
And good morning, everyone. Celia Barkley, Information Commissioner.
Good morning, everyone. Anika Shuttleworth, CEO eGov Jamaica Limited. Okay?
Oh, she said that with her chest.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Well, on that enthusiastic note, Ms. Shuttleworth, we're going to start with you, CEO of eGov. Can you go into your opening statement and also just drive home for us even more? You mentioned it earlier on about the importance of putting this event together 2 years ago, really. This is the third staging. And what have we observed over the period? We've come a long way, that's for sure. All right, so let's get into it, please.
Thank you so much. We have indeed come a long way, and in fact, Jamaica has come a very, very long way. I think since the pandemic, we have leapfrogged even more as a country because we recognize how important technology is as an enabler for us as citizens and as businesses. And in fact, what we want is an inclusive, digitally driven Jamaica. So there are so many things that we have to continue to do as we break down what it means for us to have a prosperous economy for all of us. And earlier, our Permanent Secretary reminded us about Vision 2030. But as eGov Jamaica Limited, our mandate is to provide strategies, frameworks, and solutions for the government of Jamaica. How many of you know about a data center? What a data center is? All right, great, good stuff. So we host and manage the government's data center. Connectivity is absolutely crucial as well, because without the internet or without some sort of connection, then you will not be able to access the data. In fact, I remember, Debbie, some time ago when we deployed a particular system, the Friday, and on the Saturday I'm sitting at home, and I got a call. Okay, so now you've implemented the system. What do we do with all of this data? So we have to all be thinking about what we do with all of this data. How do we secure the data? How do we massage the data towards giving us analytics and facilitate decision making? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Marlon, please.
Good morning again, everyone. So I'm wearing more the cybersecurity and data protection hat today than transformation. So I'm going to focus on that. I think it's important as we transform that we embed certain practices in place in terms of data privacy and protection. There are some principles called privacy by design that allow us to design and implement systems with privacy at the forefront of those systems from the get-go before we get to launch, so that customers, users, sensitive personal biometric information can be securely used. Once we have those principles in place, then the opportunities around scale, scope, and speed are exponential. I'm sure that everybody who's sitting here is a Netflix consumer.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure that you realize that Netflix caters directly to you. That's the ability that you have leveraging technology, where your individual preferences can be sifted and sorted through in the data so that value can be delivered to you. And when digital transformation works, like I said, it enhances your life. And I'm sure if I ask all of you if your lives are better because of Netflix, I was going to say digital, because of Netflix, I think you're all going to put your hands up, right? So, Shireen, put your hand up. So, that's what I want to say at this point, and then I'll leave the other for questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Marlon. Ms. Barkley?
Well, I think in some ways, privacy is sort of like the new kid on the block. We've always thought about it in a personal way, in terms of our personal business, but now we're forced to think about it in terms of information, in terms of our personal data. Now, we have always been in a process of transformation. Now we're looking at digital transformation. And security, again, we have been hearing this since prior to the age of the internet, and of course, since the internet, it has become increasingly more important. But now, based on the changing nature of the threats that we have and how information is being used, we realize that it's not just about security from a technical or technological perspective. It's not just about the security of your devices or the tools that you use. Now you have to be thinking much further and much deeper. Now you have to be looking at data protection in a wider context. So you look at data security, but you also have to look at the concept of privacy, and most importantly, you have to look at the concept of data governance. So for us at the Office of the Information Commissioner, our mandate is to ensure the protection of personal data. And in that regard, we focus a lot on ensuring public awareness of what data protection is, what the Data Protection Act provides for, but most importantly, what are the standards for protecting personal data, and recognizing that the organizational measures that need to be put in place are just as important as the technical measures. So as we are at a conference that is focusing on digital transformation, our emphasis really is on how can persons look at integrating concepts of data privacy, and as Marlon said, privacy by design, in that process of transforming your businesses, your processes from a manual process to an automated process, digitizing your record keeping, allowing for greater access, but focusing, of course, on the privacy of personal information, especially sensitive information.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Barkley. And Mr. Guzman, please, what is your company about?
Well, the goal of Fortinet is to provide solutions to protect, as they've been mentioning, that data privacy, that information that's stored. Now, our goal is not just to provide a single or multiple products. Our goal is to allow the customers and users to create a cybersecurity architecture. Why an architecture is important? Because at the end of the day, there aren't any silver bullets to cybersecurity. It's all about being strategic, creating an architecture of different solutions to allow you to create what's called a defense in depth or a layered approach. Just like in our homes, we have multiple tools for security. It could be the garage, it could be our doors, it can be ours on the windows. The same thing applies for cybersecurity. We need to have multiple tools in place to allow us to prevent attacks, to allow us to stop known attacks, and even to go beyond that and help us detect new attacks. So by using the strategic approach and saying, let's look at an architecture, it allows companies to create these layers. And these layers also go beyond the technology because they also apply to the people, to the processes, to the documentation that must be put in place to provide a defense strategy for companies.
Thank you so much, sir. Just a note to our audience in this room and also those watching us online, based on what has been said in the opening statements and for the answers that our panelists will provide with some of the questions I have for them, you are able to ask your questions to our panelists. We do have some persons, I believe the production team will be able to take your questions from online, so please do not hesitate to drop them in the chat. And for the persons who are in this room, if you have a question, you are able to raise your hands and somebody from the production team, can I have the team member just identify themselves, please? We'll be able to take the microphone to you. There you are, okay. And you could maybe stand in the center of the room if you have a question, and we can take it, all right? You're able to ask the questions right throughout, all right? Thank you all for introducing yourselves all over again and giving us some context there. I want to jump in concerning access, Ms. Shuttleworth, because this thing of access is so important, right? A lot of the times when we have these events, there's somebody who's going to say, boy, we forget about rural Jamaica. There's somebody who's going to say, you know, in rural Jamaica, there are parts of Jamaica that still can't even access the internet. You know, and there are parts in Jamaica that this information about cybersecurity and data protection, they also don't have an understanding about it. So let's talk about policy here. Let's talk about policies and strategies that we have to prioritize. And we can ask Ms. Barclay as well to chime in here as our information commissioner about the things that we need to be putting in place to get Jamaica where it needs to be in the right position for something that's already happening, according to Senator Auburn Hill, the digital revolution, all right? So I'm going to start with you, Ms. Shuttleworth.
Thank you so much. Now, when persons hear about digital transformation, immediately we think about systems. But before we get to systems, we have to think about the infrastructure. We don't just have cars flying around the place. We have a road that we drive on. What is that infrastructure that we utilize? So that's one of the things that would ensure us to really get into, we're talking about shaping Jamaica's tomorrow. We have to have a resilient infrastructure. As a government, we have our government network called GovNet, connecting different government offices. But more so for the national scale is the national broadband. We do know that there are communities in Jamaica that really internet connectivity is not possible. We have a fiber network. We are building out a wireless network as a backup to fiber. But there are places that fiber will never be able to get to. And beyond that, of course, we have to be looking at other services. So connectivity is absolutely key as a foundation for us to be able to access these services. So we talk about a digital public infrastructure. The first piece of that is indeed the infrastructure aspect of it. You mentioned policies as well. We need policies to incentivize some of our partners, Digicel and others of them, yes, to reduce the cost of access. Yes, reduce the cost of access, they're clapping, for all of us. But remember too, in fact, for those of you who don't know, government websites are zero-rated. There's no charge to use those services. So these are some of the things that we have to be aware of as citizens to utilize what is there and as we continue to build on what we have. So there are many, many strategies, many, many policies, but strategy, foundation, infrastructure, as we lay on top of that, services, automating services. And before we get to building, why are we building services? Why are we deploying these services? What is the why? Don't just go and spend money because we have money. And then we wonder, what do we do with what we have now? You understand? So it's quite multi-layered.
All right, thank you so much. Very good response. Ms. Barclay.
Well, for me, naturally, I'm going to say perhaps the most important policy that would need to be pushed is a privacy policy, because the infrastructure is essential. You need it to function and operate. But we have to always be conscious of the fact that every system, every method of work, at the end of the day, these tools are going to be used by humans. They are going to be used by persons. So you have to be very focused on one, both the persons that you are serving, as well as two, the persons who are serving them for you. So as you look to provide your goods and services, you must think about these persons, think about the privacy of the information that you're using for them, and see how you can protect that and have that drive the strategies that you implement and ensure that protection of data is built into everything that you do. But in doing so, you have to be looking at persons within your organization, looking at persons outside your organizations. When you think about the strategies that you implement, you have to look at the persons at different levels that are going to be assisting you in implementing those strategies and the role that they are going to play in not just ensuring your organization efficiency, not just ensuring the effectiveness of your transformation processes, but also ensuring that you have the greatest level of buy-in and cooperation from these persons in the steps that they need to take to bring about the conclusion that you want.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Marlon and also Mr. Guzman to chime in here as providers. What are the things that we should be keeping in mind when we're putting together our policies?
Well, I'll go first. One of my recommendations is always think about standardization. We have to create regulations where we start standardizing across organizations. Why? Because we want to have a baseline level of cybersecurity. And the goal of this is to avoid the scenarios where you have several organizations and they're all mixed and matched, they're all doing things different ways, and that creates challenges. How do we share information securely? How do I assure that my business partner or my other organization has the same level of security as me and doesn't introduce risk into my own network? So by saying we have a standard, we have a norm or a regulation where this is the minimum amount of cybersecurity that you should have in the short term, but also looking into the long term, it creates building blocks for organizations that they can use to follow, where they say, year one, we have to get to this level of maturity, year two, we'll keep on growing. But at the same time, everybody's looking to a single north, a single destination. So by using this and standardizing, it creates a streamlined process across different organizations.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Marlon, sir, chime in here for me.
Sure. In December of 2023, I think it is, the GoJ and the FSC shared 10 cybersecurity principles with the financial sector that they regulate, the banks, insurance companies, cambios, money service businesses, what you call remittances. And the idea behind the principles was to get them to start thinking about some guidance towards where we're going, which is to end up with standards. So now we have a standard for data privacy and protection, and there are legal consequences attached to it. That information that was shared by that subcommittee is specific to the financial sector. But there are other sectors as well, where you have to have a minimum standard. If you are going to be in the banking industry, if you're going to be in government, if you're going to connect to, if you're going to be in healthcare, if you're going to connect to critical systems, you're going to be in the utility business, then the way to go is to have, as my friend from Fortinet is saying, clear standards, not just guidance, laws, regulations, accountability requirements, penalties for breaches. You have to have those things. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a haphazard approach to cybersecurity where some companies are going to be very secure and some are not. And those standards then extend to your partners and your suppliers who work and connect with you, and to your infrastructure providers who allow you to deploy cloud services and other technologies as well. So I'm in agreement that we have to move past principles, move past guidance, and get to standards and requirements. You can't have a license to operate unless you meet these minimum standards. Your license is revoked because you do not meet these minimum standards. It has to get to that level. Otherwise...
And for the country as it relates to our cyber security. So if there are cyber incidents, cyber threats, cyber incidents, they really work at mitigating those things. To Marlon's point about standards, again, I'm emphasizing that every organization really has to think about its own cybersecurity standards that are policies that need to be implemented. There's a national cybersecurity strategy that guides the nation, so which JASERT would have developed. So that gives us some starting point, but all organizations need to ensure that we understand cybersecurity, what those real threats are, and the privacy issues, of course, and then develop those policies, and beyond that, ensuring there is compliance. One of the things that we are weak on is that we write a lot. We write, whole heap, and they go in 513. Now they go on the cloud. But compliance is the issue, so we have to also think about somebody going in and doing that check, that superintendency, with what it is that we are doing. Very important. And JASERT isn't able to go in and do all of that. So it means we all have to own security, every single one of us. That's where it starts.
Right. One of the things that is, we have a question over there. I'm going to pause my response to take the question because I actually had a follow-up question. But please, can we have this gentleman receive a microphone? Can you stand for us, sir? And maybe head into the middle. Well, you can stay right where you are. The microphone is coming to you. And please ask your questions. Do not shy away from asking them. Go ahead. Introduce yourself for us, please.
Hi. Hello. My name is Aswani Forrest. I would just like to add from kind of like a user perspective in terms of the whole creating policy for data regulation and protection. I think in addition to creating infrastructure, I think there should be, from a user perspective, a lot of education in terms of knowing users and teaching them their rights and being very transparent and allowing them to kind of edit or opt out of certain data collection services on request and so forth, and just keeping those checks and balances of user rights.
Very good point. Very good point. Marlon, do you want to say anything according to, based on what he's just saying, that point there as a user? He said, Ms. Barkley, please. Yes, I'm pulling too much on Marlon now. Marlon tired.
Actually, I really appreciate the point made because with data privacy, the subject really is at the center of it. And so, for example, for us at the OIC, we have spent, since the implementation of the Act, the last 3 years, focusing a lot on what the obligations of the data controllers are under the Act, because they have the responsibility to protect the data. But our conference, for example, this year had focused on the rights of the data subject. And that is something that we will be doing a lot more in terms of public awareness and education about, because the data subjects themselves do have a right to know how this affects them, how this concerns them, how much authority they have over the processing of their personal data. And as the gentleman said, he does have the right to be able to opt in and opt out of different forms of processing. Now, what we like is the fact that a lot of websites and organizations have already started to put these things in place. We are conscious, however, that the way in which they exist are not always user-friendly. So for example, you may have a privacy policy, but it might be 100 pages long and no one actually reads them. You may have the option in your settings on different applications or websites for you to select what they can use your information for and what they can't, but most times users don't actually go through them to make those selections. So this is a part of the awareness that we will be trying to spread over the course of the next year and going forward, so that persons like him, like everyone in this room, like myself, will be more aware of what you can do with your personal data and how you can exercise the rights that the Data Protection Act gives you over its privacy.
Absolutely. Do we have any more questions on the floor? Oh, good. Yes, please.
All right, morning, everyone. So this is about Mrs. Shuttleworth, infrastructure. So 2030 is almost upon us, another 5 years. So is there a timeline for the rural countries, rural parish to get that infrastructure? I was looking at the the board out there in Portland, I'm not seeing any dots there for the internet. So I was checking if there's a timeline before 2030. That's one question. And what are the steps in place, or is it in pipeline, to have these ISPs to significantly drop their data costs?
Ms. Shuttleworth, you want to take that one?
I don't know if I can take the second one. But the first question, Portland is supposed to be there. Perhaps it is in a state of being built out. Now, to connect the rural parishes, I'm going to say those outside of Kingston metropolitan area, that activity is in train and has been since the pandemic. There is I'm looking at my CTD here. There is a broadband that is being built out, a ring around the island. So those who have not yet visited the eGov Jamaica booth, please do so. You will see what we're talking about. But beyond that, there's going to be a national strategy now, which is to deepen the build-out of the service and have a more commercial arrangement in place. So Portland may not be there yet in that way, perhaps because we are building out the wireless infrastructure. Timeline-wise, we're looking at within another year or two to complete that build-out across the island, and we will continue with the wireless infrastructure. No, we're not going to fool ourselves to know that there are still some very deep, remote areas of the island where fiber will not get to, wireless will not be possible. So we may then have to now be thinking about satellite. Just last week, I think it was, there's a school, I'm not going to say which parish it is. When we checked, we realized that we cannot get to the school. So the conversation is happening with them as it relates to satellite. So all of these activities are taking place within a 2-year period. We have to absolutely get there. Otherwise, digital transformation isn't going to happen if you are not able to connect. And might I say too that there are Wi-Fi's within various town centers. So the Universal Service Fund is building out those community hotspots as well. But we don't want to have to be sitting under a street light to access the internet. We would like to be able to do so from the comfort of our homes. To the matter of charges, I wish that question would have come up earlier when Senator Hill were here from the business ministry, but I will take that question to him to ask when that will be. And of course, we know Digicel, our partner for this event, is also here listening very keenly as well. All right? But we have to look at overall the matter of cost. As I said earlier, government sites are zero rated. What that means is that there is no data charge to access those sites, and that is actually quite revolutionary. So you really don't have to think about, boy, I don't have no data or whatever to access government sites. For other things, if you want to go Netflixing, then that's a different situation. All right?
All right, thank you. You had a follow-up question? I see that you were trying to... You had a follow-up question? Okay. No, all right, we have a question here. Go ahead. What is your name? Please introduce yourself.
I'm Shireen Grant, and this question is directed towards the Commissioner. I noticed especially the introduction of apps from a lot of private sector companies, where in order for you to use the apps to access their customer service, especially our utility companies, that the app is asking you to give access to your photos and your media files. What is being done to protect our citizens and our customers?
All right, so firstly, apps and their requirements will vary, so I can't give an answer that's going to necessarily target each and every app. However, generally speaking, one of the main points I'd like persons to note is that there are some things that can't be avoided. So use of technology cannot be avoided. We are in an age of digital transformation. We are going to see more and more use of the digital technology, and that includes apps. They enable businesses. They allow for greater efficiency. And so it's not a case that we should have an aversion to the use of apps. The concern really should be as to how protected is the information that this app is using or requiring, and furthermore, to what extent is this information necessary. So for example, while an app may be developed that can require as an option that persons give access to contacts or give access to photos, it does not necessarily mean that in order to use the app, you must give
access to these things. You can choose to give access, for example, to one aspect of your information, but not to photos or not to other things. Now, insofar as it may be required for one reason or another, and it will depend on the business on the app for that access to be granted, then the question is, what are the measures that are in place for its protection, and how, if at all, is it going to be further used or transferred? So these are questions that, as a regulator, we ask as part of our monitoring mechanism for data controllers, but these are also questions that we are encouraging the data subject to ask. A part of the challenge that we have, well, not challenge, but a part of the cultural change that we're seeking to build about is to empower data subjects to take control by asking these very questions. We have to appreciate that when businesses are building out, they try to do as much as possible. But there's always the question of what is necessary, what is reasonable for any particular use or purpose to which they're putting the data. And so once you have persons start asking these questions and the number of questions increases, what you find is that there's greater diligence and vigilance on the part of the businesses. Because at the end of the day, they're here to serve you. You have a direct impact on their profit margin. If they do not have customers, then there's no need for the business. So where you don't satisfy your customers, then the business is not sustainable. Being able to show that you respect data subjects' rights and that you are protecting their privacy is one of the ways that businesses can actually ensure their sustainability and retain customers. So we encourage those questions, and we ask that persons actually reach out and direct them, because that is what is going to prompt the change for them to adjust those practices.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Barkley. Do we have any other questions on the floor? Yes, we have. Okay, we have one here, and on this side. Okay. Please stand for me and introduce yourself. For our cameras, we have a digital audience.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Swaby. My question is that when you press the link to access your photos, when you press access and allow to view the photos, would you be able to see all the photos in our gallery?
So you're asking if when you press allow, if they would be able to see all the photos in your gallery?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it depends on the application that you're using and the trust that you're providing them. Unfortunately, when you provide them full access to your phone and access to information such as your photo gallery, it's up to trusting that they're using that information accordingly. They would be able to see all the pictures on your phone, or see all your text, or see all your directory. And that's the biggest issue. How do we start trusting these providers? Now, in the case of phones, there's been luck. Such providers, such companies such as Apple with iOS and Google with Android have built-in safeguards into your phone where you can say, I want to limit the amount of information that this app, even though they want to read it, I want to limit the amount of information that they will have access to. The issue is most people don't look at those settings. They'll say, oh, that's really advanced. I'm not going to look into that setting. I'm not going to turn this protection on. And my recommendation is look at your phone's manufacturer and look at what practices and what settings they have and enable those settings. And not just on your phone. Look at social media. Most social media sites, let's go Instagram, Facebook, do have a privacy panel where you can limit the amount of information that they're reading off of you, because at the end of the day, the finances of those social media companies is information that they're selling off of you. You are the product that they're selling to advertisers. My recommendation is always look at those settings, don't leave them as default, and start checking those, activating those settings where you say, I want to limit your what you can view into my profile, I want you to limit what you can view into my activity, and stop them yourself.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Very good response there. The question here, Miss, yes, can we have the microphone, please?
Thank you, all of you, and you've brought across so many interesting points. Now, the standardization that you spoke about, which is, I think, so critical, because when we have partners who, and we may be secure as an entity, but when you have partners who are on the network with you and if they are not secure, which is what we heard in one of the breaches recently, and it's data which is leaking, should this be part of our Data Protection Act of some kind of compliance that any company that's on a network now needs to have these standards? Like what changes are we going to be doing to make those, our entities in Jamaica responsible for cybersecurity?
Thank you, Ms. Mansing. Marlon?
So our Data Protection Act requires that once you are sharing information with third parties, especially third parties who are in other jurisdictions, meaning they're outside of Jamaica, they must have in place at a minimum standards equivalent to our act, right? Our Data Protection Act already requires that. So that's already there. There are standards in place for this already. What's not happening is that companies are not requiring from their partners in their contractual agreements some of these standards. They're not doing their due diligence to assess these companies or ask them to give third-party attestations or assessments that demonstrate that they have implemented data privacy and protection programs to the standard of our Data Protection Act, right? So those are some of the things that are not happening, right? Somebody wants to deliver a product, they find a third party that enables them to deliver it, and they're not checking cybersecurity, they're not checking data privacy and protection. And so the hackers know this. And so they go through individuals, through phishing, etc., and they go through third parties because they know that we are in an interconnected ecosystem. So it's on our companies to require, because our Data Protection Act holds our companies liable for that already. So it's on our companies to require their third parties to demonstrate and to show that they have equivalent or higher standards in place.
Thank you so much, Marlon.
I was doing my good OIC impersonation.
Ms. Mark, do you want to add to the response? Yes?
I think what I'd add is for persons to just recognize that they have a bit more bargaining power than they think. It is a matter of perspective. So, for example, related to the question that you asked, I recall a major government entity, an officer saying to me, where, for example, you're entering into an agreement with another entity from a different country, and this is a first world country, more powerful, if you want to call it, than you are. You know, how do you ensure that they'll give you what you want in contracting as it relates to, for example, data privacy? And this is a very legitimate question because Jamaica is a small powerhouse nation, but still a small nation. And so sometimes the playing field is not necessarily level in terms of bargaining, but we have to realize that it's not just about us. Data protection is not an individual responsibility, it's not a one business responsibility, and it's not a one country responsibility. This movement is actually an international movement. So it's not just the government of Jamaica or the OIC that is requiring data protection measures to be in place. The world now requires data protection measures to be in place, and that is why more and more countries are passing the necessary legislation, imposing the necessary standards. And so that is where your power to negotiate and bargain comes from, because the requirement is not just being imposed here, right? So when it is that, for example, you have to pass data and you have put in the necessary protections for yourself or for your organization, you have the right to ask those questions for the person, the third party that you're dealing with. And it's for you to show them the requirements, the obligations on their part, not just as a duty to you, but in terms of their requirements for just doing business internationally and what the risk and consequences can be for them as well.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barkley, for adding to that response, and thank you so much, Prof, for the question. All right, in the interest of time, we were supposed to pause at 12 noon. We've gone over by 15 minutes. We're going to ask that we have one more question before we wrap up this panel discussion. We have to break before our next presentation. So we're going to take that final question. I believe your hand was up. You have a microphone?
Okay, hello.
Can you stand for us, please? Thank you.
Okay, so with this whole discussion, I have a question regarding with implementing data protection policy. With implementing data protection policy, I want to ask, what are the current stuff in place for users in relates to business analytics? Because I know that our data is always being given to businesses, etc., to kind of help them perform better, etc. Is there anything in place for users to kind of opt out, or let's say better protect themselves? And what will be put in place for this?
Okay. Michelle, do you want to take that one?
I'm still trying to be very clear as to what the question is asking. You're asking about the ability for end users to protect themselves?
To opt out, you say?
I'm asking what's the policy in place to protect users from businesses misusing user data because they received it for business analytics purposes.
Okay, so
like
they
big
got data.
corporations.
So they got data for business analytic purposes, and you're asking what policies are in place for the user to be protected and safeguarded when the business actually misuse this information. Okay. Ms. Barkley?
All right. So when you speak about policies, you have to recognize that policies are going to vary from business to business and sector to sector, first of all. However, policies are usually designed to align to a legislative framework. So as it relates to the protection of users of technology, you're looking at the Data Protection Act, you're looking at the Cybersecurity Act, both of which provide certain protective mechanisms. As it relates to the Data Protection Act, the data protection standards do allow for different types of protections. You have raised a concern as it relates to a specific use. That ties in intimately with a particular standard, because in addition to data limitation that speaks to how much data businesses can collect, one of the standards speak to collecting data for a specific purpose and utilizing it for that purpose. And so if it is that you have a new purpose for which you would like to use the data, you essentially would have to get the data subject's consent for that new use. And the Act does provide for certain offenses, including for the breach of standards to be an offense under the Act, for which persons can be penalized depending on what it is, whether by imprisonment or by fines or by other mechanisms that are built into the legislation. So there is a framework in place, and at this time, not all of the Act is in place in terms of enforcement, but persons have to be mindful that a lot of times misuse of data can have consequences that result in, based on the facts and circumstances, it constituting a criminal offense. So outside of the Data Protection Act, you can be prosecuted under other legislation as well.
Sorry, if I may just quickly add.
Please.
It's a very interesting and important question that was asked. As citizens, we need to know the legislations. Simply put, we need to know them. They are there for a reason, to protect us. We need to take the time to understand the legislation as well as the regulations. The regulations break things down more than the legal language that is used in the Act. So you have the regulations. So let us take the time to understand. We've been talking about the Data Protection Act, Cybersecurity Act. There's also another important one, the E-Transactions Act, because we're using all these digital payment solutions and so forth. So we need to understand what our rights are as consumers. How do we protect ourselves? How do you report? If you have any concern, who do you report them to based on the particular service that we are receiving?
Thank you, Ms. Shuttleworth. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the panelists, please. We conclude our panel discussion. Really insightful. And I'm going to ask all of them, Ricardo, starting with you, to just give us your information if you can, and where we can get more information from you, because I know persons here may have additional questions and they want to know even more about Fortinet. So go ahead and give us your information.
So for any additional information about Fortinet, you can visit our website at www.fortinet.com. But we are now here. We have a booth. We have a great team in place in Jamaica, with engineers, with salespeople, and we do have capacity to answer all your questions and doubts. So you can reach out to us at our booth, which is located next door, or just email me. My email is rguzman@fortinet.com. I'm always open to answer questions and talk about tech.
Thank you so much. Ms. Barclay, I know after this conference, you're about to get even busier, for sure, because you have so many more persons now informed about what it is that they need to be knowledgeable about in this digital revolution. Or information commissioner, give us the information where we can find you.
We do have an active website, www.oic.gov.jm. That website also hosts the platform for registration of data controllers. So persons who have not yet registered can go online, click on that platform, and commence their registration process. We are also available on Facebook, LinkedIn. We have a YouTube channel, as well as Twitter. You can search at the OICJM, or send us an email at info@oic.gov.jm. We do respond. Thank you.
Awesome. Marlon, your information on Simtai Consulting, if we needed your services.
Yeah, so we also have a booth. We're paired up with Digicel in the prominent corner there, so please come and visit us. We also have a digital data JDPA short course that you can do on your own. I don't know if there's anybody else in the country that has one, but we took the time to create a short course. So if you as a student would like to do a course that helps you to understand your rights and understand the requirements of businesses under our Data Protection Act, go over to the booth and tell them I sent you, and you should be good.
And it's absolutely free, Marlon, to do this course?
Oh, well, I'll make it free for some of my students for sure.
Okay, so today, guys, please get in on it, because maybe tomorrow Marlon won't be as generous. All right, and of course, our CEO of eGov Jamaica, one of the hardest working women in Jamaica. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much. You will visit our website, egovja.com. What is that? egovja.com. That's where you're going to see all of the services that we offer as an organization to the nation. Very, very important services that we provide. We're a full-service ICT company.
Yes, ma'am.
Holy for work daytime? Yes. We are also available on social media, egovja.com, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Smoke Signal, everything. We are there. Just Google us. You can also send us an email at info@egovja.com. Address any questions that you have. We will respond to them, and we continue to sensitize the nation in various means. We have a booth as well. Please visit our booth. We have some students here who I know will benefit significantly. I spoke to a young man earlier, Debbie, I know you're wrapping up. He has an interest in becoming a cybersecurity specialist, and he also has interest in networking. So I said, head on over, go and look at what we're doing for GovNet and the broadband. And he excitedly said, yes, I've already been there, and I would also like to have a summer job at eGov.
Ricardo is offering something. Hold on.
So a quick follow-up on that. If he's interested about learning about cybersecurity, the Fortinet NSE Training Academy actually is an open academy. It's free. It goes from simple cybersecurity introductory courses all the way up to administrating higher level products. You can go there. It's training.fortinet.com. It's a self-paced training, and all the materials there and available for anyone who wants to start this journey into cybersecurity.
Okay. Can you just say the platform again? Just want to make sure that we have it correctly.
So it's called NSE Training Academy. and you can find that at training.fortinet.com. All you do is sign up as a public user, and you can access all of our training for free.
So it is training.fortinet.com. Go on over there, guys, and access the free training. Thank you all so much, Mr. Ricardo Guzman from Fortinet, Mr. Marlon Cooper, Digital Simtai Consulting, Ms. Celia Barclay, our Information Commissioner, and Mrs. Anika Shuttleworth, CEO of eGov. Please give them another round of applause. And we have presents, because at eGov, we give you tangible presents as well as digital presents. But today we're giving you something you can take home physically, okay? All right? You can put down your microphones. I know the camera crew would love to take some pictures as well of you. Production team, if you have any gift presenting, gift receiving music. Come on up. Ricardo, we ask that you stand by. We want a group photo with everyone. All smiles for the camera. All right, Mr. Marlon. Oh, he's insisting, of course. Ladies, gentlemen. Our CEO, Mrs. Shuttleworth. Okay, we're going to ask all the members of the panel to just come forward with your gifts in hand, please, preferably. We have to show people that you got things just for being here, right? All smiles for the camera. There we go. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we finish grabbing these moments, we are going to break at this time. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being so attentive and engaging. And we're going to break. We're going to resume, let's say, in about 30 minutes. Yes? 30 minutes. So have lunch. Walk around some more. We're going to resume with some other insightful presentations in 30 minutes. See you then. Coming inside, please. After which, you're going to be hearing from Mr. Keith Montague from the Passport Immigration and Citizen Agency. So we're asking Mr. Montague to stand by, please. And the representative from PBS, we're asking for you to enter this space as well, as the presentations are 10 minutes each. We're also calling on the representative from eGov Jamaica Limited, looking at data visualization, I beg your pardon, data visualization, the workshop. The representative from the Heart NSDA Trust, please be on standby. The rep from the Ministry of Education, please be on standby. The rep speaking to GoJ's network, the GovNet, please stand by as well. And the representative from Island Net, please stand by. We're going to start things off as soon as you come inside this room. The first 20 people to re-enter this space, I have something special for you. You're already inside there. Oh my gosh, look at you. On time, you know, so efficient and effective. The first 20 persons to enter this space or to re-enter this space, you're winning something special. After the 20 persons after I've made this announcement, let me say this. Those who are already inside the room, you're not eligible for the something special at all. Mr. One thing with Jamaican people, you know, we like things, you see, man. So, but not only entering the space, we want you to come sit down for the presentation. Get man, 20 persons, come sit for something special. 20 persons entering the space. Hi, sir, what's the weather like up where you are? Oh my gosh. I think you can spot me from a mile, don't it? You are tall. 6'7" maybe? 6'9"? We're all here looking up to you. Literally. Literally. Wow, fantastic, man. 20 persons. I'm only seeing 15 persons. Pardon me? I am absolutely counting. Sit for me, please. Just sit for me. Look at you. You're in mask holding up your finger, right? I tell you, we in Jamaicans like nice things, you know. I tell you, I have something special for you, right? Come on in the room, come on in the room, come on in the room and be seated. And the person's at the back waiting with their arms behind them, like, let me see what this will go. Let me see what I'm going to get for being inside the room. Well, thank you so much for being so cooperative and for coming inside here. And your something special is ready. I have for you a very special presentation from JamPro. And I want you all to clap yourselves for being so cooperative and acknowledging the call to just come inside the room for this very special presentation from Mrs. Shillette Cox, President. If you're just rejoining us, are we streaming again? Are we back online? Yes. For the persons who are just joining us, thank you so much. This is the GoJ's Digital Government Technology Showcase, Digital Transformation Unlocked, Shaping Jamaica's Tomorrow. This is from eGov Jamaica Limited. It is powered, of course, by all of our sponsored or platinum sponsor is Digicel. And we say thanks again to everybody, including our partners and agencies. And at this time, we're going to be hearing from JamPro. So please put your hands together and let's welcome Mrs. Shillette Cox to the stage. President.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bassoon. Always a pleasure. Good afternoon, everybody. All right. I think I heard a little thing. So it's never good to have presentations after lunch, so I'm really, really hoping that you stay with me for the discussion. So I want to talk a little bit today about what work JAMPRO is doing in respect of the digital transformation required so that it becomes easier to do business in Jamaica. So the first part of my presentation, I want to talk about some of what we're doing broadly across government. And then I'm going to hone in on a special project that JAMPRO is working on and leading on. So in 2018, Cabinet mandated what is known as the National Competitiveness Council to drive business reforms in the country. And the aim that they had was to get the country to a doing business ranking of top 10 globally. And we set about creating what is called a business environment reform agenda that had a number of things that, based on our discussions with private sector, needed to change in government for business to feel better and feel that they were doing things easier. And we had categories for that. The first one is governance, laws that needed to change. The second one is institutional strengthening, the agencies that had processes that needed to change, and the re-engineering and improvement of those processes. And the fourth pillar was digital transformation. So today, when you look at our business environment portfolio of reforms, you see that governance has the biggest chunk of what needs to change, and we all know we have some very antiquated laws, and we work with the government entities that need to change those laws to get them updated. We have 28 reforms like that. But digital transformation is next. We have 19 projects that we monitor from the National Competitiveness Council that is focused on digital transformation or the improvement or development of new IT systems. Then we have 7 reforms strengthening entities and 11 doing business process reengineering. So some of the projects, just for information, that we have going on now is with NLA, digitization of records. That means getting every single title in the country digitized, and that is the precursor for us as a country to move forward with electronic land titles. I don't know how many of you know that right now, the title that you have put down in your drawer, if that title gets lost, you are going to be in very big problems with the government of Jamaica, because that is the piece of paper that you have to prove that you own that land. So we want to digitize those records. We want to make those records online so that, one, they're easy to retrieve, and two, when you are transferring it, when you're selling the land, when you're bequeathing the land, it becomes easier. And from a business perspective, 3, when you want to use that land to borrow some money from the bank, it becomes a much simpler process. The Jamaica Business Gateway I will talk about today. We also have the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, and I want to recognize in the audience my colleague, head of agency, Dr. Hugh Blake from the Trade Board Limited. He's in the yellow there. And they built out a trade information portal that has every single process to import and export every single product that you can think of importing and exporting. And they give you the information on that. The Jamaica Single Electronic Window for Trade, that is how government gives out permits and approvals for import and export. The National Spatial Planning IT platform, that's now where we are saying to developers, go on this platform, see what is happening in a particular geographical area, what kind of development can happen, how the land is set up, what might be protected by the forestry department, that sort of thing. Then we have the Jamaica Legal Information Platform, which we're very excited about. The Legal Information Platform will put all of the laws in one place in Jamaica, and that includes, sometimes we hear about a 1948 law, and then we hear about a 2017 amendment, then a second 2019 amendment. You'll see all of the laws with all of their amendments in one place. How does that help business? It means that lawyers when they are litigating any commercial matter, they don't have to search 10 different places and get into some deep gazetted books in order to know what law applies to what they're doing. They just go one place, one platform for all of that. Then the company's office is doing a number of digitization of their processes. For those of you who don't know, Jamaica is number 6 in starting a business in the world. And that's because the government made a concerted effort to digitize and to put the registration process online. So company office continues to do that. Then we have the gov.jm platform, which ultimately will be the one place where you'll see every single digital project. Every platform will be linked back to that over time. Amanda and what we call JDAP, the Jamaica Development Applications Portal, where you will apply for planning permits, environmental permits, building permits. I spoke about the electronic land titling platform. We're also doing a land bank platform so that when we are talking to investors, when we're talking to people who need land, they can go one place to know all the land that government owns, where it is, what it's zoned for, what the purpose is that the agency that owns it wants to do with it, all of that kind of information. And so that's just a taste of some of the projects that we have going on in government. So I want to hone in, because I only have limited time, on the Jamaica Business Gateway. And very quickly, the Business Gateway it does 3 main things. It allows information on how to do business in Jamaica. So we've collated information from all of the government agencies, step by step, who you need to contact, how much it's going to cost you, and we've laid it out in a way that everybody has access to that information. And then we've gone a step further to put the business to government transactions online. And what that means is that every application, every complaint, if you have to make a complaint to the Consumer Affairs Division or the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission, you put it on that. When you're ready to close your business and you want to file insolvency, it's also going to be on the Business Gateway. And then from a JAMPRA perspective, people can put in an idea that they have for creating an investment project in Jamaica so that we can do the research and guide you as to the different processes you need to engage with. And so why the JBG? And the bottom line is improved business environment, simpler processes, less bureaucracy, more transparency, faster approvals. It gives you the access to information 24/7. And this one is big for us, ensure predictability. We find that business people are not unreasonable most of the time. If you tell them upfront that my process takes 6 weeks, all they require of you is to meet that 6 weeks timeline. Don't tell them that it takes 2 weeks and it takes 6 weeks. People need to plan. Digital transformation is important. Business data. Government now does not have any depth of data so that as they make policy, they make the right policy across government. And so that is important. So JAMPRO has been working with a number of government agencies to prioritize processes for the portal, planning and design, development, testing and training, and then implementing, expanding, and sustaining. And I'm going to go very quickly through a few of them, just to let you know that we currently have about 8 ministries that are on the portal, and the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission, Cannabis Licensing, JAMPRO, of course, is on it. We have to lead by example. The SEZ Authority. So we have all these entities who are now on the portal. And the processes that are on the portal is any application or request that requires government intervention to change an applicant's status. You know, I know people must be wondering why I have to look behind me, but the height on this thing, I can barely see the thing in front of me. But so over the years, what we've done in terms of rollout, is that we've done it phase by phase. And we started with 56, we got to 10, and in our last project phase, we did 101 processes. So today, we have 167 processes on the government portal. And that includes every single application for cannabis licensing. It includes film registration for JAMPRO. It includes SEZ status for the SEZ authority, registering accommodation, hotels, attractions, all of that for Ministry of Tourism. I saw mining and geology out there. The mining license and quarrying licenses are on there. And when you go on the portal, you'll see all of that. The other thing that we are doing now that we've done with that 167 is we're looking at things like change management. How do we make sure that the people that are implementing the system are using it and using it effectively? How do we make sure it's financially stable? How do we migrate data from older systems that now need to be brought into this new system? We're working with eGov Jamaica to make the payment gateway effective. We're looking at integrations, making sure that it's checking the TRN database, making sure it's checking the company's office database, but also integrating existing systems. One of the things we did deliberately is that we only put online things that had no online presence. So every entity that was already online, we left them alone, because we know that at the end now, all you have to do is put in APIs and RPIs, and you're good to go. And so that's the next phase that we're going to do. And then when everything is done, we'll enhance the user experience to make sure that it's easy to use, simple to navigate, and that people understand what is required as they go along. So just to show you a little bit about the business gateway, this is what it looks like. I spoke about how we have listed out all of the processes for which we have information, for which we have online transactions available. So whether or not you're securing approvals, you're accessing incentives, or obtaining any kind of permits. We also have what we call information and quick guides. So for example, if you want to build a hotel, we'll have a guide from beginning to end as to all the processes you need to go through in government, with links back to the processes on JBG so that you can go into them, or back to the written processes for the processes that are not yet digitized. We have the page to register an investment idea. One of the good things about it is that you have one dashboard and you can see multiple submissions. So if you applied to SEZ Authority, but then you're doing something with Ministry of Labor, and then you're doing something with Ministry of Tourism, in one dashboard, you'll see all of your applications. And importantly, in that dashboard, you have timelines. So you will see at any point in time where you are in terms of the progress that you've made with your application. You will know where it is and when you can expect a final decision. And to support those who need the support, we also have a chat box and ticketing system. So what's next for the JBG is ongoing operationalization and support, and ongoing phased deployment and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Shulette Cox, President of JAMPRO. Really informative and also great information there that she brought to us. I believe there was a QR code a while ago on the screen. Can we have it back up so we can scan it quickly? You took it off too quick. You know, people have to open them phone and turn on the camera app and, you know, follow the link and all of that. Is it possible? If not, it is JamaicaBusinessGateway.com. You can visit that website and you'll get the information that you need. There we go. There we go. That is the Jamaica Business Gateway. If you can, oh, good, we have some persons scanning. I love it. This is not QR phishing at all. This is the good stuff. This is the good, healthy stuff, okay? All right. Thank you so much, Jampro. All right, we're moving on. We're going to be hearing from Passport Immigration and Citizen Agency, Mr. Keith Montague. We've been talking about how excellent a process it has been to be able to return home. Yes, when you go online, you put in your information quick. You just come through and go to the kiosk, scan your face, take a picture, and you go through the area, and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this is Jamaica. It's not Dubai. Wow, this is amazing. Good work. Come on up, Mr. Montague. Please make him welcome. Clap him, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be talking about the PICA story and how we have implemented various digital transformation initiatives that by using technology. Now, firstly, we will be looking at an overview of the digital transformation journey in PICA. And I must mention that I'm not able to highlight all the initiatives that we have embarked on. Some are of a sensitive nature. But I will focus on 6 issues today, or 6 of those initiatives that we have embarked on. We will see how we try to be more efficient in what we do, how we try to harness and improve on security, how we try to improve the user experience as well. And we will also be highlighting some of the challenges that we face while we implemented or adopt digital transformation. So when we look at our operations at the airports, we were experiencing lengthy wait times at the immigration. Also at some of our outpost offices where we offer passport services, we were experiencing lengthy and long lines. We also were challenged with the need where there was a lot of manual data entry, which sometimes lead to inefficiencies and errors, both on the part of our passengers and customers, and also our staff. There was also the rising need to have faster and more secure services. Now, security is paramount for us. As you know, we are an identity company. And so we have to continuously do what we need to do to ensure that security is utmost. And also, we had to put in place measures to mitigate against fraud. There was also a lack of data accessibility and also integration issues. We had some poor user experiences with some of our online applications, and we implement the digital process to improve on these. And of course, there were some of our operations that were paper-based. So I will first look at the first one, which is our C5. And many of you are familiar with this. We call it the Digital Travel Declaration Form. So when you're coming to Jamaica, any passenger, you must complete this form. Back in the days, you were offered a paper on the airline, and you would complete that form. Now, those are the days. Those are gone. We now have the opportunity to do this online. And it's a requirement for you to complete that form and submit it before you arrive in Jamaica. However, if it is that you did not get a chance to complete it, when you come to the airports, we provide tablets for you where you can go and complete that information. And once you complete the C5, whether at the airports or online, it's there waiting for you. Within seconds, our ABC kiosk, our e-gates, the officer at the counter, the information will be there waiting for you to be processed. So persons can go on this portal, whether by their phone or by their laptop and so on, complete the information way in advance, 6 months in advance before they travel. What's the impact that we have seen so far? We have seen faster processing at the airports, and at the immigration counters. We have seen enhanced security risk assessment, because when we get that information, we use it in the back end for risk assessment. We can know who is coming, what are their profile, and whether they are persons of interest. We also see an increased convenience for passengers. And our moderator a while ago just mentioned how easy it is for her to use the C5 and so on. So for the in-person and the persons online, or online audience, we see where it's indeed a benefit for them. There is reduced congestion at the airports, and they have this system available 24/7. Now we come to our ABC kiosk. And many of you have traveled, would have experience using these kiosks, right? Now, some persons have said that they're the best thing since sliced bread. It's very interesting, because when persons reach the point to take their picture, they even remove their glasses or they fix their ears several times over before they take a proper picture. And that's very good, because that picture is used at another stage in the process, where we use facial recognition for identity management. Okay? So these kiosks, they are self-service systems at our airports. They are designed to streamline immigration and security checks. And we use biometric in the process, that is facial recognition. And that is used as a means of automating the process. So what's the impact we have seen so far? Just to mention that we have 100 kiosks currently, that is spread across NMIA, SIA, and Ian Fleming Airport. And there are plans to get more, right? We have also have e-gates, which I'll mention later on. So far, we have seen where these ABC kiosks speed up the immigration clearance process. They have reduced the workload on our officers, so our officers can now focus on high-risk passengers. They can now focus on other duties that they may not have been doing before. We have seen enhanced security, because we are now using biometric verification. And so this is a very good process to streamline travelers in the airport. Normally, when it comes around to the tourist winter season, we normally see heavy crowds at the airports, particularly in SIA, Sangster Airport. Now, it has improved tremendously. And we use this because we do have limited space at the airport. And so we have to think about what kind of digital transformation process that we can initiate or implement to help with that crowd. We now move to e-gates. Now, these e-gates were implemented about 2 years ago. And just to mention that if you travel through NMIA or SIA, the way that these e-gates are being implemented, we are the first in the world to implement e-gates to be used this way. So we are using the e-gates. Once you have used our ABC kiosk, you can now go through the e-gates as a means of verification, final verification. Back in the past, we used to have immigration officers there who would take your receipt from the kiosk, check some things, ask some questions, and so on. So we have eliminated that process and now using e-gates, which is a much faster process in going through. So these e-gates, they are automated self-service systems, and they're used at the exit, when you're on arrival rather, to process passengers much more quickly. Now, this, of course, reduces the queues significantly. We see accuracy in verification of identity, and it's a more efficient way of processing passengers, as well as it's a very contactless way of processing passengers as well. Now we move to our customer online appointment system. Now, as I mentioned before, many of you would have known our head office at 25 Constant Spring Road. It's a problem when it comes to space. So we have implemented our customer online appointment system. You can go online and make appointment for any of our services. There are time slots there, And when you make appointments, you get priority. You come in at that time, you're served, and you're out, right? So it has helped tremendously in the process. You can go on, you can make your appointments, you can modify, you can cancel your appointments. You can do so by your mobile phone, whatever it is. And this certainly automates the booking process. It eliminates the need for manual scheduling and so on. We have seen great impact from this technological implementation. We have seen that contact management has improved tremendously. Customer service has improved tremendously, as well as we minimize waiting times. So customers are able to use this at their convenience, and they can benefit greatly from this innovation. We now move to our CRM system, our Customer Relations Management System. Now, this is a software platform that helps Pika to manage interaction with our customers. It helps to streamline processes, it helps to improve our relationship with our customers, and it's designed to track the entire conversation for our customers. One very key element to our CRM system is that we have implemented AI in the system. So when a customer comes on, through our Zuri chatbot, once you start to communicate, the system knows exactly where to send you and where your interest is. So if you're asking questions about how to apply for a passport, it will send you directly to download the form and gives you instruction on how you can complete that form. So the AI in this technology is very, very important. It's helping our customers tremendously. They are now seeing faster response time to their queries. They can see customer support being increased, the customer experience greatly increased as well, and so our public is indeed loving this technology. I mentioned to you earlier the e-passport, which is, again, we're an identity company, and when you need our passports, you come to Pika, right? So about a year and a half ago, we have upgraded our passport to what is called electronic passport, e-passport. And that means is that we now have a chip in our passport that stores your information. The book is more secure. You are now recognized internationally when you travel with our passport, because this reduces the fraud, risk of fraud, and so on in passports that used to take place over the years. So all of these technology that we have implemented, they are very, very important to our process. We can know who is coming, as I mentioned before, to our borders. Who is at our borders, we can know that. And we can know who is in the country, where they are, and when they are about to leave. So there's one other piece of technology that we will be implementing very soon, which is PNR, Passenger Name Record. Very interesting. And currently we use APIS, which we get from the airlines. Before you travel, once you go on that plane, we get the information about you, right? And the PNR can tell us the seat number, everything that's about you. And that kind of information set will help us to identify known persons of interest. And you can set risk assessment using that information to identify persons before they come. Of course, we work very closely with the police and MOCA and the other agencies with this kind of information. So, yes, the benefits are great. Enhanced customer facilitation, improved passenger throughput at airports, enhanced risk assessment, reduced congestion at immigration halls. We improved on reduced customer complaints rather. And very interestingly, there's a reduction in the misery index for staff, passengers, and customers. We see better use of limited space at the airports. You see recognition for reduction rather in operational costs, such as overtime, and we see a more streamlined approach to passenger processing. Thank you very much.
Boy, I can tell you, my misery index gone right down. Right down. Thank you so much, Mr. Keith Montague from the Passport Immigration and Citizen Agency for your presentation. All right, we are going to be moving things right along. We're going to be inviting the rep from PBS to come forward. PBS. The representative from PBS, calling the rep from PBS, calling the rep from Island Net. It is your time to present. Are they in the room? Anybody in the room from those companies? No, not yet. Okay. Are we joining them? We're also inviting our eGov rep to be here. All right, so can we have the rep from eGov Jamaica? Thank you. In the meantime, I'm going to give away something. Can I give up? Come on up, man. Come on up. Come on up. I have to give away something. The name of the Passport Immigration and Citizen Agency's AI is called? Who said it first? Who said it first? Come here for your prize, please. Zuri is the name of the AI bot. Also, let me tell you, do not leave the room. I have a very special gift to give. No, not a car. I wish it were. I wish it was like a Tesla or something like that, right? Or BYD. No, you don't want no Tesla?
I'll take the Tesla.
I mean, tell me how you really feel about Elon's vehicle. Anyways, what I have though is even better. I have a Samsung S25 from Digicel Business. Of course, it's an eGov present, but we're going to be giving that away soon, okay? We're going to allow you to catch your breath because you just entered the room, all right? We're going to invite the eGov member to come forward. Just a reminder, presenters, that it's 10 minutes each. We do have quite a bit to get through before our cutoff time. And so we ask that you just bear with us in keeping, of course, to the time, please, all right? Thank you. Here you go.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marion Limchong, and with me today is Julian Devonish, and we'll be here to talk to you today about data visualization. So data visualization is basically representing data in a graphical format that allows us to easier identify trends and patterns. So for our demonstration today, we use the traffic ticket data for the period 2021 to February 2025, which we use to build out our dashboard, which we'll be sharing with you in our presentation. But of course, you can always pass by our booth, that's our eGov booth, where you can have a closer look at the dashboard and interact with it. We will also be taking you through a quick walkthrough of the steps that we use to develop a simple dashboard, and the tool we'll be using is Tableau. So without any further ado, I will hand over to Julian, who's going to take you through the presentation. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Well, afternoon. Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. So I know you guys are listening. So my name is Julian Devonish, and I'm here on behalf of the Business Intelligence Unit at eGov Jamaica Limited to talk about data visualization. So as we embrace the theme of today's Digital Technology Showcase, which is Digital Transformation Unlocked, Shaping Jamaica's Tomorrow, it's important to recognize how data visualization supports in this transformation. In a world that is driven by data, visualization makes complex information more accessible, more actionable, more impactful, and it helps decision makers drive efficiency and innovation across Jamaica's digital transformation landscape. So as you can see, we'll take a closer look at the traffic ticket overview dashboard, which is based on data from the traffic ticketing system. We work closely with our development team to validate and gather the data during the extraction and the visualization period, ensuring accuracy and reliability in the data that we are giving you here today. So here's what you'll see on the screen. So at the top of the screen, you have the key metrics. These key metrics, not sure if you're able to see clearly, but they have the issued tickets value, the total payments, the outstanding fines, the number of tickets that have been issued, the number of tickets that have been successfully paid, and the number of unpaid tickets throughout Jamaica. So this is an interactive dashboard, and it is interactive in its filtering. If we move to the map and go to St. Andrew, we are able to drill down and find all this information based on our KPIs. So as you can see, all the figures have changed. The issued tickets value has been changed to reflect St. Andrew, the total payments, the outstanding fines, the number of tickets that have been issued. Also, you will see that you'd have 0.53 million and not show the million. However, we have incorporated tooltips that will be able to tell you the exact value of the number of tickets, the number of tickets paid, and the values. Moving down to the number of tickets per vehicle type, there are 4 categories of vehicle types. There are motor cars, there are trucks, there are motorcycles, and other. Other is regarded as vehicles like tractors, Augustas, that are not seen as regular motor cars, trucks, or even motorcycles. As it relates to this bar chart at the bottom left, it looks at the number of tickets per gender and age. So I'm not sure if you're able to see clearly, but this long blue line, these are number of tickets that have been issued to men 31 to 40 years old. And also, as you can see, the females 31 to 40 are giving themselves some trouble too. not as much, but definitely giving themselves some trouble, not as much as the males. And the line chart to the right of that, that shows the number of tickets per year. We're able to dynamically filter on the far right, where we're able to choose the start date and the end date using a calendar. We're able to filter from the vehicle type, we're able to filter the gender, and we are also able to filter the age. So just to give an example of that filtering, if we filter by vehicle type for tractors, for trailers, sorry. All right, so as you can see, the dashboard has been updated. So now this is showing all of the number of tickets based on the KPIs for all vehicle types that have been tractors. And one thing that stood out to me especially when creating the dashboard, if you look at the number of tickets per gender and age group, you can see that we have a few females causing some trouble with tractors. Right? We are also able to interact with the map to show the largest, which is St. Andrew. You're able to see the number of tickets, and also you're able to filter as we have done before. Okay, so as time permits, on behalf of the BI team, I'd like to briefly demonstrate some of the features of the data visualization tool. So this is a data visualization workshop. And it would not make any sense for me to just talk about this without at least showing you how to go and do it, right? So we will show a video that I will narrate to, explaining how we can use data visualization, the data visualization tool, Tableau. When you enter Tableau, this is the first thing you'll see. You're able to connect to different databases, to different files, etc. This is the screen that you get once you're connected to that data set. It shows the name, the file name of the data set. It gives some basic information about that data set. And you're able to toggle between live connection, which, as said, it is live, and extract, which is files that are on your local PC. So you're able to change between the two, but we'll be using extract because it's much faster. So if you can see here, this is what you see once you move forward into getting a worksheet. Over here, you're able to see measures and dimensions. Measures are numerical figures, dimensions are non-numerical figures like parish names, etc. You're able to see the marks card that allows you to make changes to your visualization in terms of color, tooltips, text, etc. So I have just dragged and dropped. It is a drag and drop feature. Simple as that. Dragging and dropping the parish names, and Tableau automatically sees them as parishes' geographical fields and has created a map. I'm able to go on Show Me to choose which map I would like to use. So this is just a boring blue map. So what we are able to do is give this map some color. But we also want to use the names of the parishes and show it. So this is just showing how we can make changes, add to the tooltip so that we're able to see the number of tickets, the different parishes. There's something that is said, there are 90% of a certain gender, I won't say which gender, that is colorblind. So when making visualizations, you have to put that into context. So this is just me going through. I don't know the colorblind people that are out there, but I hope that you're able to see this clearly. So this is just tampering with the colors to try to find a color that can work for this particular visualization. A lot of tampering because, 90% colorblind. So, we're able to continue editing colors. But this just shows the interactiveness and just how fast Tableau can be. Just simple as that. Clicking edit colors, choosing a color and applying the colors. I'm able to choose between several colors and given a measure. The darker colors are usually the ones that are high in their measure. And the ones that are lightly colored are usually those that are lower. So as you can see, St. Andrew, very red. Hanover, not as red. So in the interest of time, right? So this is just showing how we created the visualizations. There's more to it, but what we wanted to show you guys is just how easy it is to just connect to a data set, connect to a server, drag it from the measures and drag it on, and Tableau will automatically do everything for you. So just in closing, can stop the video. We can now look beyond the days of creating lengthy 100-page reports just to uncover some key insights. So by harnessing the power of data visualization, we can transform raw information into actionable intelligence that will enable us to make informed decisions faster and more effectively. So this is precisely how we are shaping Jamaica's tomorrow through digital transformation. So I want to thank you for listening and engaging with us today. If you have any questions or would like to explore how data visualization can be incorporated into your organization, you can feel free to visit our booth, and we look forward to continuing the conversation and helping you unlock the potential of your data. We will also show a QR code that shows the traffic ticket overview. You can just scan the QR code, look at it, and just tinker around with it, try to understand it. And again, we are at the booth. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, eGov team. Put your hands together for them, please. Doing a lot of work. Quickly, what's the name of the platform? Well, come for your bag, please. Just hurry up and come for your bag. I'm in what, 4 inches, and I'm still not even your height. Boy, I might tell you. Okay, we are going to pick up with the presentation from IslandNet. Gentleman is with us. So we're going to welcome him to the stage at this time. Please come on up. Is a representative from PBS in the room? PBS? No, if not, we have the person representing the Heart NSTA Trust. That's with us. Good. We have the Tax Administration of Jamaica here with us. Okay, great. All right, no problem. So we're going to take those afterwards. Please, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good evening. Good evening. I'm Andrew Messias. I'm the CEO of Island Networks, otherwise known as IslandNet. I see some familiar faces here. Welcome. For me, I think what's probably most important for me is to kind of make sure that the people that are here really understand what IslandNet is. You know, we actually are a telco operator, and we actually have quite a bit to tell you, but in an essence of time, I'm going to just try to get to the main point. So let's just run through. Who is IslandNet? So we formed the company in 2004. I'm from Jamaica, went away and came back to Jamaica, and started IslandNet in 2004 with the intent to develop and design an independent network that would compete and provide high availability services for enterprises across Jamaica. And that was our core initiative. So in doing that, we would have to build an independent network. And so that's what we did. What you see there is that we built it providing fixed voice, data, cybersecurity, and managed IT services. Our core business has always been data. So we are driven from the very beginning as a data company. Voice over data, applications over data, everything over data. We're an IP-centric data company. So everything else that came along the way that added and complemented our services, such as cybersecurity, voice, and managed IT services, was just complement to our existing customers who had those needs. And so as we built our network, what we actually did was
we focused on vulnerable areas for the largest enterprises in Jamaica, and those areas that they had the most difficult connectivity issues. And so we went into the most rural parts of Jamaica. We built our network. In the first 5 years, we put up about 60 sites around the island. And today we have over 220 sites. These sites are, you might call them cell towers, you might call them towers. At the end of the day, they are points of presence, which we have base stations that actually are on these sites, interconnecting with each other and serving enterprise and business customers today, and even communities. We'll get a little bit into that. So as you see here, it says 650 enterprise clients, including banks. It's actually over. Then you have 400 plus schools, parish courts. You know, it's funny because as I'm walking around today, I'm going around and actually seeing a lot of our customers. And Anika, this is just great because I hardly ever get out to really meet the customers, some of which we just, they didn't even know that, you know, we were their vendor, you know. But as I see them, I say, hey, you're a customer of mine. So it's nice to meet everybody. So banks, parish courts, you know, the ticketing system that he was just talking about, you know, we're integral in bringing that traffic back to eGov through our network and also the GovNet network. So in many ways, we're integrated with eGov for the tax offices and other things. As you can see, we connect hospitals, supermarket chains, fast food, hardware chains, insurance companies, a recent customer, the JDF, tax offices, and many more, serving more than 1,000 business locations across the island. So this has been our core business. We have grown from this, and we continue to build more value in our services. Our core business has been fixed wireless. So for some of you that don't know what fixed wireless is, what it is just imagine that you have, instead of a fiber connection coming into your building or home, you have a small radio on the outside of your building that's attached to a wire that comes into your building that interfaces with your switches, your routers, your Wi-Fi, whatever, voice devices, and everything is transmitted across that medium. Our frequency is licensed band, so we don't have interruptions in our band. Of course, let's look at what this says, our value proposition. Our advanced business bundles are designed with our fixed wireless network, fiber technology. So we've actually been deploying fiber now. IslandNet has made a major investment in the last 8 months to start to deploy fiber across the island. And this is mainly because we have customers that are demanding this. And we feel that it is necessary for us to transition, to also power our tower sites, and to also bring fiber services to these same enterprises. So fiber technology, cybersecurity, you know, I see Fortinet here. 10 years ago, we actually were the first company that brought Fortinet to Jamaica. We actually were very close with our partner company in Puerto Rico, and Fortinet was actually a lot more popular there. And we actually brought Fortinet to Jamaica, and we love to see that it's so populated now. In fact, our cybersecurity infrastructure is a full Fortinet infrastructure, and it's designed as an artificial intelligence backend to support all the different firewalls on the market so that it can recognize failures, see certain behaviors, and provide certain type of reporting to our customers. So we have made a big investment, and in fact, I think we're probably one of the first or second SOCs in the island, and we haven't really made it a big thing, and our customer number one was us. You know, we always thought that we had a secure network, but when we started to deploy our cybersecurity services, we realized how weak our security was and how much we had to really dig deep into cybersecurity. And one of the things that really drove this was that I remember being at a conference and someone said, well, you know, what happens if someone breaks into these networks? How will you be, who's going to be responsible? And I thought to myself, you know, how is it that we can actually tell a customer that your network is safe and secure? How can you actually say that? And the only way to go about this was to have a complete end-to-end solution that looked at every aspect of the cyber threat and the potential threat. And so we invested in that, and we became customer number one. And from there on, we started to offer services to our customers. So through these strategic partnerships, and we also invested in a nomadic wireless spectrum. What is nomadic? Nomadic is, it offers you some levels of mobility in private network environments. So in the case of an environment like the wharf, for example, where you have ships coming in, you have cranes, and you have the need for a private LTE type network, where they have no desire to put that data out on the internet, but they need solid coverage in an area. This is also applicable for mines, for agro, farming, where IoT will become more the digital method to monitor, track, and develop their farming initiatives. And so we have been deploying these type of networks, also in building, in factories, for machinery, so that it tracks machinery. A lot of companies are using Wi-Fi in some small space to do this, but there are a lot of limitations and coverage issues and performance benefits by building these types of wireless spectrum. So we've been very challenged in building our company, mainly because we have been thrown into the toughest areas of the island to build our network. These are the typical customers that have come to us. And today it's fair to say that we can say without a doubt that we can get you anywhere in Jamaica, we can provide service to you. And that is a fact. So while offering our customers the most cost-efficient connectivity and managed service option. What's our mission? This is something that our company lives by, we're challenged by, and we try hard to maintain. Always exceeding our customers' expectations by carefully listening and understanding their needs, developing sensible solutions to fit their business, responding with urgency, and always supporting them in a humble, professional, and courteous manner. This is our mission, and we fight hard every day to keep that mission alive. So, what makes telecom so different today versus where it was before? If you look at what's happening around the world, you would think that cable companies are still signing up lots of cable services, but that is absolutely not the case. In fact, people are getting rid of cable. They're actually moving more towards broadband initiatives, okay? And because of this, it is important for them to be connected and stay connected. So connectivity is about a utility type service today. It essentially is you have to be online all the time. So all businesses, even homes, you're gonna get to a point where you might have 2 or 3 or 4 different providers, satellite, fixed wireless, fiber, all of the above, using tools like Fortinet to manage and manipulate and aggregate your data so that you stay online. And this is the stuff that what this particular chart shows you is what's happening across the world, is that these types of solutions are becoming more integral in the business. So, you know, why would you choose IslandNet? You know, in Jamaica, we know about our 2 other competitors, and you have IslandNet. And so it's good to be a player that competes, you know, that's out there, that's bringing pricing in the market, competitive, making them fight for their position in the market. We're a local Jamaica company, and we stand proud in saying that. I would encourage you, if you haven't used our service, reach out, try it. I think you'll like it. There's lots of opportunities, there's lots of ideas, we have a creative team, and we're building our network to support Jamaica. So those are, you know, some stated reasons there. It's just a combination of technologies. These are our services. Let me try to wrap up here. Those are some of our customers. You probably recognize many of those brands, but there are many more. And what I would say is this: we're having a great time digitizing Jamaica. We're having a great time transforming Jamaica to be fully connected. I was actually actively involved in connecting 400 schools across the island. I was involved in connecting over 250 wireless Wi-Fi communities across the island. And let me tell you, it was a great experience. I got to meet people I would never have met before. I saw parts of Jamaica that I have never seen before. I didn't know existed. When we think we know Jamaica, we don't know Jamaica. Go into rural Jamaica, you find another Jamaica. And let me tell you, it's exciting because you sit down with people and talk to them, and when you finish, they're giving you banana to take home with you, or them giving you some yam and banana that you can't leave without. And that happened over and over and over and over, and such a great experience. But notwithstanding that, you know, we're continuing to build our network. We look forward to working more closely with this group and every other entity that's here, and answer any questions you have. We'll build a solution for you. Thank you.
Oh, the tall people and the short people. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it so much. Island Nets, thank you for your presentation. We're going to keep things going. I have a giveaway from Trend. Trend is asking the question. Trend Media offers a variety of advertising solutions. Can you name 3 of these solutions? Anybody? It's okay to go online. It's a technology conference. You are allowed to go online and find the information. Okay? Advertising solutions. If you find the information, let me know. I'm seated right there and I can give you your gift. As we move on, Mr. Bowen, Mordecai, I believe your first name is. I think you're lost because I found your stuff. So you're the one who is now missing because I found your stuff and I want to give it back to you. So can you meet me here inside this space, please, Mr. Mordecai Bowen? I have some very important pieces of data for you, okay? Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on. Is a person here from PBS? PBS in the room? No. If PBS is not in the room, we're going to keep it moving to Heart NSTA Trust. And can we have that representative here, please? Put your hands together for her as she comes forward. TAJ is next. Then we have another presentation from eGov. And then we want the person from the Water Resource Authority to be inside this room thereafter. All right? Please, come on up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Natalie Robinson. I'm the Senior Director for Marketing Communications and Community Engagement at Heart. And I promise to keep you, I'm going to be less than 10 minutes. For all the football fans who want to get a glimpse of Messi, I will release you very early. So, imagine this. You need an electrician, a plumber, or a skilled carpenter for an urgent job. You want someone qualified, reliable, and available right away. But what do? Do you go and search or do you ask for recommendations? Well, what if I told you that finding a skilled, Heart-certified professional in Jamaica could be as simple as ordering a taxi or booking a hotel, right at your fingertips? Today, I'm thrilled to introduce the Skills on Demand app, the game-changing innovation from Heart NSTA Trust that is revolutionizing how we connect skilled and certified professionals with employers and clients in real time. So Jamaica, we do have quite a few talented and certified professionals across the island in various industries, from construction to childcare, fashion to event planning. But too often, these skilled individuals sometimes struggle to connect with job opportunities that match their expertise. And on the other hand, at the same time, employers and everyday Jamaicans are searching for reliable services, that they don't always know where to turn, right? So the Skilled On Demand app bridges that gap. It is a digital marketplace that empowers certified Heart NSTA Trust graduates by providing a platform where they can showcase their skills and their availability and connect with clients and employers looking for their expertise. So with just a few taps, clients can find, hire skilled professionals, review their ratings, and even communicate seamlessly through WhatsApp. This is not just an app. It's an ecosystem of opportunity, innovation, and empowerment. So we're going to show you a brief video of how the app works, and this was developed in-house at Heart by one of our ICT employees. And the person who is narrating it is Colin Hones, who is our developer. So we just turn to the video.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today. We are so excited to introduce to you our new mobile app called Skills On Demand, which will seek to provide short to medium-term employment for our skilled and certified professionals while providing quality service to their customers. My name is Colin Holness, a business intelligence analyst with the Heart NSTA Trust and the main developer of this app. Today, we'll be taking a look at this application and its features. We are so passionate about this app that we believe it truly makes a difference in the way people connect with our certified and trained professionals. For example, our plumbers, electricians, masons, and so on. Now, the Skills On Demand app was designed to assist our skilled professionals, which is a list of persons who are certified by us at the highest level. This application will not only provide assistance for employment, but also aid us in tracking their employment. This is truly a revolutionary app designed to bridge the gap and connect these skilled professionals with their expecting customers. Skills On Demand is divided into two main sections, one for the customer, one for the provider. When logging into the application for the very first time, you will receive a tutorial that will tell you how to interact with the different sections of the application. Now, let us look at the customer section of the app. Once you have created your account, you will view your home screen that consists of a picture avatar, profile information, a dashboard displaying completed, current, and posted jobs, search categories, the latest activities, and a floating menu bar. Now, customers will be able to engage or search for providers in one of three ways: by skill, by name, or by parish. Once the appropriate provider is found and selected, you will view the provider's profile and will be able to acquire his or her services. Now, once a service or a job is selected, you will be able to set a job location, date, time, and upload an image or a short video, which is optional, before sending your request, which will be received via an email or an in-app notification. Once a job is accepted, a quotation will be sent via email. And once the job is completed by the provider, an invoice will be sent to your email. You will also receive an in-app notification as well. Now, once the job is complete, the customer will be asked to rate the provider's service to complete the process. Hiring has never looked so easy, and this demonstrates the ease at which you will be able to find, hire our skilled and certified professionals.
To that video, some of you may be asking, okay, well, what if I want to offer my skills and services on this app, but I'm not HEART certified? I do have the expertise and I do have the technical capability. Well, we have also thought of you. You can apply on the app to be a provider, and what we will do is what we call a prior learning assessment. So we'll assess your skill level and we will certify you based on your level of competency. So you too can be included in this app. So as you can see, the Skills on Demand app is more than just technology. It's about empowering Jamaica's workforce and driving economic growth. It helps individuals secure short-term engagements of employment, ensuring that they have access to consistent work opportunities. Employees benefit from reliable, efficient hiring processes, ensuring that the best talent is matched with the right job. And for the country as a whole, this app represents a smarter, digital-driven approach to workforce development, reinforcing Jamaica's position as a leader in innovation and skills empowerment. So, today, I invite you all to be a part of this digital revolution, whether you're a skilled professional looking to expand your opportunities, or an employer searching for top-tier talent, or even just a householder like myself in need of reliable services. The Skills on Demand app is your answer. So download it. It's available on the Google Play Store and also on the App Store. Download it, share it, use it, and let's build a future where skills are not just taught but actively utilized. Let's bridge the gap between talent and opportunity. The future of work in Jamaica is here. It's just one tap away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good, valuable information there. What is the name of the app? Well, listen, we need some new people over this side. Gentlemen in the red, come here, please. Come for your bag. Thank you so much. Mr. Mordecai Bowen, I'm still calling you. I have your information. I need to give it back to you, okay? All right. Now we're moving on. We are moving to the presentation from the Tax Administration of Jamaica. Is the representative here? Yes? Okay. My next question is, when are your taxes due? The first person, you're not eligible for entry anymore. You win too much things already. I need the first person who can come up here. Look at hers. Mine is stuck through the thing. Oh my God. When are your taxes due? When? 31st of March? No, no, no. Earlier than that, your personal taxes and your company taxes are due on March. March when? 17. Come for your gift, please. Make sure that you're paying your taxes. Hello. All you people talking about 31st and the 30th. you're gonna be incurring some late fees, right? Exactly. And you don't want a late fees. Come and tell us some more, please, about the THA. Put your hands together for him, please.
While my presentation comes up, I want to just congratulate eGov for this event. Well organized, and I think that it's something that is here to stay. I think we need to put our hands together for eGov and the team and their partners. So, my name is Hank Williams. I'm the Deputy Commissioner General responsibility for Strategic Services in Tax Administration Jamaica. I'm here to share how Tax Administration Jamaica has been harnessing technology in such a way where we're able to move ourselves within the realm of ensuring that we become a global leader, become a world-class tax administration. I have 10 minutes for my presentation, but I'll tell you that within the 10 minutes that I'm here, that we'll have over 5,000 digital transactions based on the fact that most of what we do, our services are online. And the truth is, sorry, I'm moving too fast with this thing. Okay, great. The truth is, we ask ourselves, why does a tax administration would want to ensure that it's digitally transformed? And we can't hide from the reality that today digital technology has reshaped the way in which people do business. It has transformed our landscape too in Jamaica because we can no longer separate the digital economy from the real economy. And for us, as a tax administration and our global partners, we have recognized that we need to look at how we transform tax administrations globally. We have now moved from paper-based transactions. Our processes are now digital. And not just digital for us to change things from manual, but to do it in such a way where we're able to streamline our business processes. And we do this in the good name of one, to ensure that we fulfill the mission, that is, to make Jamaica become more efficient in terms of tax services, with the aim of ensuring that we meet our macroeconomic obligations. For us, as we do, we want to all to do is to make Jamaica the place of what? The place of choice to live, work, and raise families. They can't leave the family out of it. And I hear no, do business and retire, because we're not going anywhere, right? So for us, the backbone on which our digital transformation is built is I hope I get some extra time for not manipulating the technology properly. But the heart of what we do, and central to that, is the revenue admission system. That has made our vision, our reality, become a world-class tax administration, one in which we are able to live. Because as the pace of digital transformation accelerates, the administration has been able to adopt to innovative technologies, and the revenue administration system is what would have driven that. For the first time, a taxpayer, from the implementation of the system in 2015, has been able to have a 360 look at all their transactions in one place. That allows us, as a tax administration, to be placed under scrutiny. We have no problem with you being able to see for the matter of transparency. So as we leverage these technologies, our taxpayer engagement has been seamless. And also we have been able to streamline our case management because we are able internally to be able to manage our workforce better and a greater level of accountability, which tied against the principle that we are a semi-autonomous revenue authority, which is performance-driven. And importantly, we are able to do our compliance tracking in real time. The information is at our fingertip. I can look on my phone and see the revenue as it comes in, which to me is a big bonus. The truth of the matter, though, the fact, though, is that the revenue administration system has been a game changer. It has allowed us, as I said earlier, to be more efficient. We can increase our storage capacity. We'll be able to store more data. We have also been able to advance our analytical capabilities. We have the discovery analytics model, which allowed us to be able to predict how much we expect from our taxpayers, those are compliant, how much we expect to get from them based on their transactions. We have also been able to identify those taxpayers for which we need to give treatment in terms of our taxpayer education, those who we need to go after with enforcement, because we do have in our capability the ability to be able to get data from numerous sources. Don't get scared here today. I'm just here to tell you some facts as we get more revenue to ensure that the government is able to carry out its mandate of providing public goods and services. So security has been enhanced. We have been able to ensure that we secure taxpayer information as we have strengthened our legislative framework to safeguard against any breaches. And again, with support of eGov and our third-party provider of the system, we have been able to ensure that we track any person who have access, any unauthorized access on the system. So also, we have been able to track and we are able to ensure that every transaction that takes place, we're able to track them in real time. Importantly too, we have been able to build partnerships. We have over 300 persons, we call them third-party agencies, which we are able to get data from, which have helped to strengthen our analytical capabilities internally. And again, there has been, for us, greater partnership with the accounting firms, the financial institutions. Whenever we're developing our forms, our returns, we invite them in, we give them access to the system, and we have also been able to allow for over 180 agencies and government, and both private and public sector, to be able to access our system for validation services at no cost, to be exact. Importantly too, our service for us has been a springboard for voluntary compliance. I say here, without fear of contradiction, that from we have implemented the revenue administration system in 2015, we have not missed the initial revenue target at no point in time, because we have been able to better manage our operations. And for me, that is really a great one. So, as we look at it, the main purpose of the system that we have is to ensure that compliance, in terms of allowing taxpayers to meet the obligation, is at the heart of what we do. We have been able to ensure that those persons who are non-compliant, automatically we can identify them. We have been also to simplify our payment arrangements, because we're able to better determine persons' ability to pay against their willingness to pay. Also, we have been able to be very proactive in terms of escalate issues, and this would be one of the backbone on which we have been able to ensure that the current special arrears assistance program has been driven centrally behind us having a look at the issues that we have surrounding compliance. We want to ensure that taxpayers can be better able to meet the obligations. I say it here and I'll say it again. We do not like long lines in our offices. All your taxes can be paid online. All your core taxes can be paid online. You want to pay them online. I'm preaching to the church here, to the converted. Also for us too, in terms of our auditing, we have been able to be smart in terms of correlation-based modules. We have been able to have models in the system where we integrate our third-party information in our warehouse with the returns and any information that we get from all our various sources. So what we do is not a guess game anymore. It is highly scientific and robust in terms of we identify persons for compliance actions. I know persons sometimes concerned that the tax administration target them, but that's not how we do it. It's based on your risk level. Also, we have been able to consistently apply our policies, our laws that exist in a very robust way, because we have built those into the system, as being able to push information to various levels within the organization based on the level of intervention required. I would like you at this time to take out your smartphones. I welcome you to be a part of the TJ family, that you become compliant at all times. This up here, I say here proudly, that based on the partnership that we have had with eGov, we have been able to develop this app to allow you, as you download it, that you will be able to satisfy and meet all your obligations in a timely manner, in a real-time basis. Have you downloaded it as yet? You don't have to come into my office. I give it to you right here. Right? I give it to you right here. I give you everything right here. When you go on, you will realize that you can pay property taxes via this online feature. You don't have to come into the office to pay property taxes. You also can do your certificate of fitness. Can be done there. You don't need to come into the office. I'm preaching it again. You can pay a traffic ticket. You don't have to come into the office. As the police give you, you just pay it right away with your smartphone and the app that I just gave you a while ago. What more could you ask for? That you don't have to worry about it, right? So, based on our partnership, we plan to expand the app, so we're able to do more things on the app as we continue our work with eGov. Again, we have, as I said, I want the traffic not to be in the office. I know that we have challenge with motor vehicles, and I'll speak to that shortly. But I say to you that you're able to pay your taxes, in a very convenient way. You don't want to go on my website. You say it may be challenge with it as we move forward to modernize our website. You're able to set up in your online payment options tax administration. Okay, good. His battery is back. Sometimes it's good to repeat, because maybe my online viewers weren't listening. Maybe they had gone for a water break. So we're back as I'm closing. The tax administration have enabled persons and you to be able to set up based on the options that are listed for payment options for major banks, NCB and Scotia. You're able to add tax administration. You can pay your taxes there if you are having difficulties going on our website. Importantly also, we have been able to develop in-house a enterprise content management system, which allowed us to be able to better store data and to be able to use data in such a way can be able to share out as part of the compliance third-party information. Just to say here that as we move towards digital expansion, we're all aware of the National Identification System. The Tax Administration Jamaica has been central, or the central partners, along with eGov, the Registrar General, and the National Identification Registration Authority, where we have been able to integrate the national identification number into our operations, because the tax registration number, a block of it, will be used for the national identification. So as we integrate, just so you know that the tax administration is a big part of the development of the country. As I close now, because I get an extra minute, as we look ahead, the tax administration wants, as part of its core mandate, to continue on the path to digital transformation. We have developed a roadmap which will help us over the next 10 years to be able to identify how we can broaden our digital footprint and make us become a better tax administration. We're also looking at strengthening a legislative framework where we're able to better be able to use electronic records, be able to raise assessments and use it as part of our day-to-day operation as we move away from paper. Importantly, we are looking at electronic invoice system. We're able to gather data from all providers within manufacturing, retailers, all those. We can incorporate those in our system. We can utilize that information to bolster our compliance program and be better able to target and to maximize on the revenue collecting potential of the government. We also plan to implement a new driver's license and motor vehicle system, which will allow us to be able to reduce 80% of the traffic that we have in our banking halls, which equivalent to 20% of our revenue. We'll be able to implement that system where persons will be able to utilize an end-to-end from the day you have received your learners to when you reach to the court, and along that path you'll be able to utilize an integrated system. So we also want to expand our online payment options to ensure that we better serve. But as I close, I want you to join me on this journey as we take action today to become a smarter tax administration and we build a smarter future. As taxpayers, we want you to simplify your compliance options. Please use our online facility. As tax professionals, we ask you to optimize your work stream, to use our digital tools. And finally, as a strong partner of government and our other stakeholders, we want to ensure that we continue on the path with digital progress, to drive progress, with our taxes being digital and our policies so aligned in such a way to meet that great demand of ensuring that we continue the path for digital transformation. So I thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to our continued partnership.
And we say big thanks to Hank, and we continue to encourage you all to become compliant with the tax administration of Jamaica and pay your taxes on March or before the deadline, even better, right? Okay, that's not a question for a gift. But I do have a question for you. Which television channel has their advertising sales exclusively managed by Trend Media? That's a Trend Media question. Quickly, as we invite up to the stage at this time, another presentation from the GoJ network. GovNet, the team is ready. How's everybody inside here doing? Getting good information so far? Yeah? Okay, do me a favor. Everybody stand up for me, please. 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 Stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. I want you to stretch all the way up. Stretch it out. Yeah, you've been here from morning. I know you guys got here like about 7 o'clock, right? Stretch all the way up. Now stretch to the sides, to the sides. Stretch your arms out. It's okay. It's a friendly space. If you touch each other, that's fine. We're family inside here. Touch your toes. Touch your toes. I hear us more material people like, no, if I touch my toe, I can't get up back. Just rub your knees. Rub your knees. Just rub your knees. Rub your knees. There we go. All right, you can have a seat, please. We're going to have this presentation from the GoJ. Then we're going to be asking the rep from the Water Resource Authority. That person is here? No, if not, we're going to move on and ask that the team, another team member from GoJ, to stand by for the Jamaica Data Exchange Platform. After which, we're going to give away that phone I promised you. Okay? And then we'll have the presentation from the Registrar General's Department. The Jamaica Customs Agency will follow, and then the Ministry of Finance and Planning will conclude all presentations. So we're inviting the representatives from those agencies, ministries, and departments, all right? Okay, here we go. Please, sir, come on up. Make him welcome. GoJ team been doing a lot of work, from morning. They work really hard.
So good afternoon. So my name is Christopher McKenzie. I'm department head at eGov, and I'll be speaking about the government network, GovNet. So GovNet is a provider class network that is owned and built by the government of Jamaica. And it's really the facilitator of the digital transformation. So if you were to look at it, it's a stable, resilient, robust infrastructure, that provide connectivity for the government entities, MDAs, and as we are here, these are all the people that we're here to support. The critical thing is that, we have decided to put an infrastructure to facilitate access and ease of use. Regardless of what we're doing, in the system that we're building, whatever the platform we're designing, there's no value to be derived unless there's a system and the users connect. The network is that infrastructure that provides the connectivity. There's a need for connections, whether you're at home, if you're on a business, or if you're individual use, and especially for government. We have a very large base of users. And when you look at it, the cost of network connectivity in Jamaica is burdensome for most of us. If you have been listening to the presenters this morning, it comes up from time to time. The cost of delivering the service have always been a challenge to the entities. We spoke about the CEO this morning spoke about, having the minister address the whole issue, and we should have brought it up when he was here. There's always been an issue, the whole issue of bandwidth connectivity. You have to look at the equipment, the recurring cost of bandwidth. That has always been a challenge. And there's three issues that we struggle with, the availability of the service, the affordability of the service, and the adequacy of the service. Unfortunately for us, there's no time that we can get all three. For most of us as users and using the infrastructure or MDAs, we at best can get, two. The availability or the affordability, but it will never be adequate. So what the government was looking at was, how do we mitigate against that? What would we do to provide, enable our entities and our partners to deliver good services to the customers, which is the people of Jamaica. So government was conceptualized about years ago, but don't look at a reality in about 2017 when Cabinet approved the rollout of government. That was a Cabinet approval, was 2017, and it was launched in 2018, June 2018. That became the remit of eGov and NAA. Datacon was contracted as an overseas provider that we had, was contracted to work with us to plan and design the whole infrastructure. So we wanted to design a network that was based on fiber infrastructure running over MPLS technology. There was already a proof of concept that was there. NAA was basically rolling out in the interim some semblance of a network. So we basically had developed on that. So that proof of concept was there and was running. In the interim, the security and strengthening project, that was a precursor to the government. They couldn't wait on the government to roll out, so they had started the process of rolling out that infrastructure themselves. Ultimately, that will be integrated in the whole government infrastructure. So towards the end of 2019, the government project got underway. The idea was to implement government in two phases. Phases one involved rolling it out in the corporate area amongst basically 8 core locations. Most of the concentration of users of government, as you know, is probably in the KMA area and St. Catherine. So that was the initial phase, to roll it out in the initial phase within the KMA. Subsequent to that, we'd roll out phase 2 at the end of phase 1 being completed around, and they had mentioned this morning, getting connectivity in the rural areas, and that was a part of the remit of the government, to expand the network, not only in Kingston, but outside the KMA, across all the parishes. So we form actually a network ring or over the whole country. On more than one occasion, it was mentioned the whole aspect of the advent of COVID in March 2020. With that delayed the rollout. It impacted, like amongst everything else, the implementation of government. There were severe restrictions. There's delay, especially when it comes to procurement and procurement in terms of logistics. It was difficult getting parts. Things that would normally take 2 to 4 days or 2 to 4 weeks were now taking 2 to 4 months. So that had a severe impact on the rollout of government. So nevertheless, we persisted, and that was some of the challenges. But in the midst of that, we saw some opportunities. I'd mentioned initially that government phase 2 was to run subsequent to the end of phase 1. Because of the whole issue with COVID and the pandemic at the time, we were given the opportunity to simultaneously start running both projects at the same time, especially so we started bringing forward government phase 2 to address the demands in the rural areas. And additionally, a wireless infrastructure wasn't on the forecast at the start, but that was seen as a necessity, especially for rural areas, because of the geographical of the country, you know, the whole hilly terrains, realized that fiber wouldn't immediately penetrate a lot of the areas. So we have decided to include the wireless infrastructure to kind of reinforce and provide redundancies to the fiber. So we had a rollout of the fiber, and the idea was to do it in 3 phases. Phases 1, which involved the eastern part of the island, St. Thomas, and St. Thomas, Portland, parts of St. Anne. Phases 2 would cover the middle part of the, the middle part, Cornwall. And then the phase 3 would continue on the southern coast of the island. So that would complement the whole fiber infrastructure that the government was seeking to roll out. You know. So what that means in the ensuing years, you know, we'll continue the rollout of the infrastructure. The fiber installation, you know, in Kingston, we started to reinforce the core, because we wanted to ensure that whatever we were doing was resilient and stable. That was the mandate of the network, not only to provide the infrastructure, but provide one that was stable, reliable, and secure. So we had, you know, moved us to an additional phase of putting new fiber underground for the infrastructure. That was, you know, things that we continue doing. Additionally, we realized that, you know, the network was expanding. It was dynamic. We started initially with about 8, as we mentioned. That expanded to 12. You know, new sites came on, Hart, NTA, other entities came on, and we expanded the core within Kingston. Additionally, as we are doing that, we started putting more redundancy in the network. Initially, you saw there was just a single ring at the onset. So the idea now, we saw that that was inefficient. To build additional redundancy, we needed additional ring, that in the event that one went down, there was a redundant part, you know, again, building on the resilience of the network. So that continued outside the KMA. So we're simultaneously developing the network for the agencies as we go along. You know, the challenge, you know, was onboarding. You know, we were building and using. You know, we know that everything wasn't up to par at the first. You know, we couldn't wait till it was completed, so we started building. We were building on what was there initially. As we had mentioned before, NWA had started a proof of concept. We took that over, put some structure in that, and we're building. You know, there was a hesitance on the part of users and or potential client. You know, we're speaking to one client and say, you know, we've got the issues, we got the invite to, actually got connectivity to GovNet, but they were reluctant to use it initially, you know, because it was erratic, you know, most of the time it was down, and, you know, so, you know, we had to take that on board. We were building something, it wasn't there as yet. But, you know, we were actually adding value, building confidence as we went along, so we were just rolling along and doing what we had to do, because we had a vision in mind to provide an infrastructure that was world-class for the government. You know, so the after-build support realized that, you know, that was critical. You know, there's a that narrative that the government know to buy and build, but the whole issue of support was never amongst their, you know, wasn't at the forefront, and we had to change that. You know, we had to change it. A part of the whole interaction with our consultant was to build a governance framework, you know, including the support and the maintenance, you know, so we looked at issues such as the structure, what would we need to support this infrastructure, the staffing, what would be the roles and the responsibility between ourselves and NWA, who had, you know, the whole remit to basically roll out this infrastructure. So we looked at that. And, you know, paramount among that was the funding, because everything had to do with cost. So we actually, you know, put something forward, a solid proposal, you know, and that was basically adapted and approved by the ministries, Ministry of Finance, MSET at the time. You know, that was taken on board, and we were fully supported. We were given the requisite funding, because we realized that to build the confidence in the network, we had to ensure that we have the support mechanism behind it. So, you know, we got the approvals, and we basically went ahead. In the interim, what we did while we're building, we developed standard operating procedures, because we wanted to get things right. You know, service level agreements, you know, if we're going to deliver the service, and that was one of those deterrent factors. You know, entities didn't want to come on because we couldn't tell them if the fiber went down, how long it would be taken to repair it. So we got that under control. We were working out those SLAs. We were doing what we needed to do. Onboarding guidelines, we had a limited number of resources. So the challenge is if we had somebody competing, how do you make the decision which entity you'd put on first? So there are some guidelines based on certain criteria that we put together and recommended for the government and for people making decisions. We as an entity, we facilitate the connections, but as to who you put on because of importance, and that was not for us to call. So, we put those guidelines. We entered the MOU. Most of our infrastructure is not on our premises. They are at our partners. They are located at Ministry of Finance, Customs, the municipal offices across the island. So we had to basically enter MOU with those entities to ensure that we had an environment that was conducive to housing our equipment in those facilities. So we started doing that. We set up the technical help desk and technical supports. And we know on the long end, we could not, in and of ourselves, maintain the infrastructure. So we entered into agreement with third parties. We are doing that, to ensure that, across the island, if something went down, if infrastructure went, there's a break, we had resources in place that can actually come in and repair. That is in the forefront, that is happening, and we are doing that. We are building the confidence and building the infrastructure. One of the important things was the NOC. We established a NOC that we had 24/7, 365, surveillance. Every other day, somebody was there looking at the network. We're not only monitoring the network active infrastructure, the routers and the switches, but we had infrastructure in place to systems and monitoring tools to manage the fiber as well. So we had managing the active equipment, managing the passive equipment. So, we were able to tell if a fiber went down. Just Saturday, weekend, on Sunday. There's a fiber cut by Wellington Street. Somebody was running a sewer main across the road. And the government network was there. I mean, it was obvious, but somebody, one of the developers cut the fiber. Our system was able to detect that. We were able to go on site. We were able to bring to their attention. By the time they had already closed it up and tar it over and went on, I would say, hey, they didn't do it. So we could actually carry the proof, and that, we held them accountable, and that has been rectified. Because of the redundancies that were built in the infrastructure, basically we didn't lose connectivity between the hubs. So although we lost a link, the entire backbone and core locations was basically up and running. So we had that, we really had that under control. So we're saying all that to say we know what we are doing at this point in time, what we have on the network. We started, like I said, about rollout in 2018, 19, 20, thereabout we started. So what we have now, we have about 896 entities that are connected on the network. We have about 6 connections to our peers, 6 connections to our peers, 6 to Digicel, 3 to Island Network, 3 to Cable and Wireless, and we have 1 in the making to Digicel. We are building more redundancy in the infrastructure in the background. We are rolling out, especially in the rural areas, additional redundancies that in the event of fiber break, we're having that in place. That is taking place as we speak. So now we have about at least 4 rings that can provide additional redundancy. We started out with 1, moved to 2, now we're moving to at least 4. In terms of MDAs, among these MDAs, we have about 187 MDAs on the network. A lot of our partners actually using the infrastructure as we speak. We have 10 main offices, government ministries, the head office connected. Amongst them, 18 police locations, that is growing, 8 tax office, that is growing, 6 island traffic authority office, that is growing, and amongst a lot of other entities that we are right now, we're onboarding and we are putting on as we speak. In terms of schools, we have 692 schools that are either directly connected or indirectly connected by our partners. 204 that are directly connected by us, and basically 480 that are connected via Digicel. We have managed those connections by the government infrastructure. The challenges historically, as there has been whole issue of documentation. We have to know what the infrastructure is, effective repairs, at least timely repairs. That has been the challenge. The risk has always been, will there be the money to support the infrastructure going forward? I think we have that. I think we have that lock. I think we have the full support. It is critical to the government to really get this in the whole digital transformation. This plays a critical and pivotal role. So basically, we are getting that support. So, we are managing those risks. Spoke about the outages, the frequency of those outages in the infrastructure. We are basically doing that, managing those. That's a risk, and we are managing that. And the challenges and the growth is the demands that we are getting. We are really getting, there's a demand on infrastructure. That means we're in the right direction. The demands are coming in. We are getting the requests. It's a challenge because we're trying to keep up. So that in itself is a challenge, but it also shows us, look, you have something we're pursuing, and we're getting there. We're building infrastructure for our partners, and we are taking our time, and we are delivering on something that will add value to those processes. Rome was built in a day, but fact that it was built, and we'll be getting there.
Big thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're moving forward. We have just a little bit more time for presentations. I'm going to be inviting the representative from the Jamaica Customs Agency, to come forward. Thereafter, we're going to be taking the presentation from the Registrar General's Department, and then the eGov presentation on the Jamaica Data Exchange Platform. Just a quick reminder again for the presenters, the time that you have is 10 minutes. 10 minutes, please, all right? All right, here we go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so I'm reminded of the 10 minutes. I'll attempt to stick within that time frame. Right, so just to start, of course, we are known for the assessment of goods crossing our borders, but importantly, we want to speak this afternoon in regards to the whole matter of trade and border security, of course, which covers the portfolio of the Jamaica Customs Agency. One of the primary systems that we use is the ASICUDA system. It stands for Automated System for Customs Data. And this was introduced in 2014. And the objective was to modernize the operations of customs. We are part of an international body, that's the World Customs Organization. And there are international standards for efficiency within customs organizations for each country. And so we would have used the system to ensure that we are on the path, not just for digitization, but to ensure that our services are efficient. We recognized early in the implementation that we could not have done it on our own. We're not the only agency involved in trade, though we carry out agency functions for 20 other regulatory MDAs. And so we have extended services or integrated with services for 20 other government ministries, departments, and agencies. And the importance of that is to ensure that we don't burden traders with the responsibility of moving documents from one agency to customs for clearance of goods. And that has made tremendous significance in regards to turnaround time, in regards to the security of the information that's being passed between the MDAs. And now we have concurrent or real-time processing. And as you're seeing listed here, we have 19 MDAs to include the oversight bodies. Of course, all the ministries falling under agriculture, trade, health are included within the customs single window, and to include oversight bodies, of course, RPD, FID, etc. They have the responsibility to ensure that all things are in place. And we integrate with other services, of course, our e-payment services provided by eGov Jamaica Limited, the Automated Motor Vehicle System, Tax Administration, TRN Services, TCC. And so what you're seeing is a huge ecosystem which is allowing for free movement of data, of course, observing the necessaries in regards to the privacy of information, but allowing for trade to become far more optimized. We have in excess of 10,000 registered users, which comprises of business sectors, the MSMEs, and to include, of course, shipping agents, freight forwarders, e-commerce couriers, the customs brokers. So this is a massive ecosystem which really represents trade. And importantly, of course, is to ensure that we have free flow of, or free movement of data between ourselves and the port operators and the warehouse operators. So we're poised. 90% of our operations today, public-facing services, are paperless. However, we still have dependencies on documents at the ports and warehouses as persons effect clearance. So we are still covering those grounds. And of course, the port committee system is also a very important partner as well. I will speak about some others as we move on in the presentation. Just going to speak about another national initiative, that's the Jamaica Single Window of Trade, which also is a very important component. There are just about 22 regulatory ministries, departments, and agencies who issue a license, a permit, or a certificate, which you have to obtain whether it is before importing or exporting goods. And again, you may have one or multiple agencies involved, and you're moving paper to these MDAs, applying, and then returning to pay, and then of course returning to pick up your approval, then taking that to your broker, then taking it to customs. So of course that would have been a constraint for efficiency as well. And so the J-Swift system is designed to fully integrate those services for the 20 plus MDAs. Thus far we have completed services for 13 of those agencies, which represents in excess of 80% of the approvals that are required for trade. And so we continue with our development. And from a trader's perspective, this is what it looks like. A single portal where you can apply online, upload your supporting documents, make your payment. It's automatically assigned to the agency or agencies involved, and you will receive your approval electronically. And if there is a need for any additional documents, that is also that communication between the applicant and the regulatory authorities done within the system. The points of verification, again, with eGov in regards to TRN, online payment, and of course, the Companies Office of Jamaica, and the approvals that you receive, you no longer have to pick those up. Those are passed in real time to the customs management system where they can be referenced by your broker, right? So we're seeing a full ecosystem, two major systems fully integrated and allowing for seamless exchange of data to simplify trade. On the international side, of course, all the output documents also bear a QR code for exports. Those are verifiable within the importing country. And what we have seen also, for example, for certificates of origin is a massive improvement in regards to the processing time for the importing party. Moving on, in regards to travel, we are also partners with PICO. We did our presentation earlier. And that electronic submission that you make via the Enter Jamaica portal also comes in real time to the customs agency. We're both using a risk assessment, of course, or interest could be similar and it could also vary as well, bearing in mind the role that we have. And we're also using the Advanced Passenger Information System, GTAS, and we're also looking forward to the introduction of PNR, which could possibly see the elimination of the passenger declaration because we'll be getting that information again, simplifying travel and allowing for us to carry out our functions to identify persons that may be of risk. We are going to be introducing a mobile app, of course, that's for the passenger declaration, and that is to complement the Enter Jamaica portal, where this has been completed just to be integrated with PICO, and this allows for the biodata to be stored in a very secure way, but allowing for ease in regards to submitting your passenger declaration. We know that the declaration also includes spouse and minors who are traveling within your care. So you can submit a single submission within about a minute and a half. You can update your trip if it is your frequent traveler and have ease of crossing our borders. Another tool is the Customs mobile app. This tool brings about a lot of efficiency for our traders. We have, I'm sorry, the video is not playing. We have just over 10,000 registered users, well, 3,900 registered users. We've had over 10,000 transactions with over $10 billion being paid via the mobile app. The app, though, is not just for payment. It allows for track and trace. It allows for the calculation of duties for persons, whether it is commercial or individual. So if you're shopping online and you want to know what the duties are, you can use the mobile app. and it will give you an accurate calculation of the estimated duties and taxes. It is not just that for payment as well. Within your company, you may have persons with different roles or designations. So maybe assigned for payment, there are others who may be responsible for logistics, so it also has a track and trace feature to show you exactly where your transaction is between customs and the other regulatory agencies. Bearing in mind that we did say that the other MDAs are involved in the processing of your transaction. So it will tell you in real time whether you have obtained some or all approvals or your transaction is still pending. So this really is a bold step in regards to transparency and holding ourselves accountable for the service that we're delivering. There are other services, of course, valuation verification. We no longer have persons coming there to provide customs with additional information. If we need to verify, for example, an invoice or provide us, you can book an appointment online via our website. Persons who are returning residents, you no longer have to wait until you get in country. You can do a pre-approval online as well, improving the process for persons who are returning to country. So just about all our touch points, we have digitized it, allowing for persons to apply online, and this is, of course, for ease and simplicity. We have also introduced one of the most advanced body-worn cameras, and this is, again, all our spaces for inspections are covered with CCTV recordings, footage, or cameras rather, according to our requirements, but we have gone a further step in regards to the use of body-worn cameras, and this is, of course, to ensure greater accountability and compliance and for the safety of our officers. And we have seen a vast improvement in regards to the level of professionalism and also the compliance with the requirements from our officers, both in the inspected areas and off-site facilities. We are to be introducing drones as well, bear in mind our mandate for border security, and there's a lot of grounds to cover. And while we do have our marine operations, and of course at the ports and warehouses, there are a number of unmanned areas, and drones will assist us in coverage as well as we work along with our other law enforcement partners in regards to the security of our borders. There's also new technology that's being introduced in regards to non-intrusive inspections, and I'm sure many persons here would have been hearing of the multiple detections in regards to firearms, ammunition, narcotics for those who are still intent in causing disruption to our country and the safety of our citizens. These new pieces of technology, which also has artificial intelligence embedded, assist us in improving on those detections, and we'll be seeing a number of fines. And again, it is to ensure that we have a secure and safe environment for trade. Just moving on quickly, just to share with you, these are some of the outcomes. There are a long list, but just the highlights. We have over 90% of our commercial transactions now being approved within 24 hours or less. And that's coming a far way, right? In terms of targeting 20% success ratio, revenue, we are contributing just about 30 to 39% of the government's tax revenue. That's about $306 billion. If we include the non-tax, that's $226 billion per year, right? So what we have does, what we do and how efficient we do it does have an impact on our economy. And of course, reduction in administrative costs. I normally share a slide of 6 primary documents that are removed, which cost the trade $126 million per year. And since 2014, we have eliminated those documents, saving today in excess of $1 billion just in paper, 6 documents, and we have removed many. And we have not even, we now need to start measuring those that we have removed from the single window, which was also coming at a cost to the trade. So not just digitization, but bearing in mind that processing paper has a cost to it. All right? So again, we thank you. That's our digital roadmap. We again are guided by international standards, and of course, we're looking to introduce other groundbreaking technology within the customs operations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Exciting stuff there from Jamaica Customs Agency, correct? Yes. All right, so Registrar General's Department is a representative here. Awesome Sauce is the person here from the Ministry of Finance and Planning. Is the rep here? If not, then no. If not, we're gonna then have, after this presentation, the final one from eGov Jamaica Limited, that is the Jamaica Data Exchange Platform, after which we'll give you the opportunity to win your Samsung S25, which I know is the only reason why a lot of you, not pointing at anybody in particular, but a lot of you are still here waiting attentively, just saying. Okay, all right. All right, here we go. Please come forward. Registrar General's Department.
The team queuing the presentation. All right, so while we get the presentation going, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brian Gordon. I'm acting manager for customer care at your Registrar General's Department. Now, within the RGD, we basically say, you know, you're not Jamaican unless you fully pass through the RGD. As we like to say, boy, from the womb to the tomb, the RGD encounters all Jamaicans. Now, the RGD is an entity which has existed for the last 145 years. And when you think back to it, for the legacy persons who have worked with the agency, we used microfilm and microfiche technology, and back in the day, it was considered groundbreaking in terms of what we could do. But the RGD has sought to grow over the years, and through this particular growth, we have looked at ways in which we can better improve on the service delivery to the Jamaican public. And that was one of our first mistakes. We thought we were providing service to the Jamaican public, which in fact we were providing service to the world. Because as you know, Jamaicans migrate, they have their children overseas. We have to conduct genealogy research to facilitate persons getting citizenship by descent. We also do marriages at the various hotels and resorts within the island, and as such, persons who are not even citizens of Jamaica utilize our services. Regrettably, there are persons who come here on a flight on vacation and do not go back home on a flight, and as such, because of these sort of things, the Registrar General is an international service organization. Now, we are an agency. We are an agency which saw that we had some things to overcome, and what we were looking at is that we had to make a plan, have a strategy, and develop ways to measure success with regards to that. Presentation here will speak to that. So we had to become more customer-centric in how we went about doing our business. Gone are the days when we just were reactive in terms of someone just turning up for a particular service, and as such, that was when we started to initiate the process. Through adapting a digital approach, what we decided is that we had to anticipate what our customers' needs were. We had to look at trends within the markets, etc., in order to meet service delivery. So we had to undertake a lot of retraining to become more customer-centric in our focus. We had to put our staff as well on a continuous lines of improvement in terms of service delivery. So when it is that we found that persons were becoming expert in certain fields, we were actually training them in other areas, because one of the things about customer care, especially in the public sector, it is a very dynamic activity. We also had to set up ways in which we could hold persons accountable for service delivery, and also monitor performance, and then trace back these performance metrics to persons with regards to performance, work plans, etc. Now, in terms of adapting the proactive approach from the agency, we had to modernize our processes. So one of the things, if persons here who are 40 and older can remember the old birth certificates, which was basically a photocopied piece of paper with a stamp on the back. And, pardon me? Thank you. So yes, it was a photocopied piece of paper with a stamp on the back. But the agency had to become digital, because all these birth records, they were telling a story, and you cannot really do any sort of research on the Jamaican people without getting information from the RGD. So we had to undertake initiatives to digitize the records which we had. We were deciding to leverage technology, so a lot of computer-based applications were brought into our processes. outside of using the computer, we started to realize that we were storing vast amounts of data which could assist us in our decision-making processes as well as fast-tracking our application processes. And this too helped to modernize the agency. So we had a 8-step process to that where we had proactive operations, modernizing processes, leveraging technology, collaborating with our partners. One of our major partners is eGov, because with regards to the modern digitization initiatives from the agency, eGov was able to assist us in spearheading that arrangement. We also had to focus on flexibility, innovation in service delivery, and anticipating future demands along with enhancing our customer experience. Now, collaboratively, this led us to launching our services online. So we had certain constraints to look at before we looked at launching a lot of our services online. We had constraints by way of capital, we have constraints by way of our capacity, and we also have constraints by way of just meeting customer demand. So by virtue of being a government entity, there wasn't an endless bound of capital available. So in the fact that we had worldwide customers to accommodate with regards to our services, we couldn't go all over the world. When we were told that we were going to be expanding, one of the thoughts was that the RGD may have an office in New York, and people were saying, yes, we're going to be going international and serving everybody, or the RGD will be having a desk at the embassy. But then the CEO came back and said, no, we're just going to be digitally bold with the approach. What that meant is that we had to move 90% of our services to online. I will admit that one of the positives out of COVID is that it forced us as government entities to do better. So we're able to move 90% of our services online. We're also able to make the application and the processes in dealing with the RGD virtually contactless. We are now at the point where from the convenience of your home, you can apply for services, track applications, and you can go as far as to don't even sit down away over the office. You request that Tara or a private courier company collect your documents and take it to you at the convenience of your home or your workplace, just in terms of doing that. So we just looked at 8 of the dimensions that we marked out with regards to how the launch of the online service would better have the RGD better meet the requirements of the Jamaican people and the world at large in terms of what we had to do. Just a list of a few of the services, so separate and apart from the birth, death, and marriage that everyone's accustomed to. We do genealogy researches, we do asset lien verifications, we do verifications of any documents which are issued from the civil registry. During COVID, we had persons who were who because of COVID had died, and persons were under quarantine. We still had to interact with these persons to provide them with the burial orders for facilitating burials. So basically, we set up a process whereby from the convenience of your home, you could use a 2-factor process, and you could actually print a burial order or view the burial order online versus coming into the office to facilitate the process. Now, the RGD continues to innovate and try best not to just build services, but build services which are of great benefit to our customers. So rather than create something, I said, here, this is what you will have. We have listened to our customers and we find out what it is our customers need. And true to fact, a lot of our other government entities have forced us to do better. So there are persons who are coming from the country who went, for example, to PICA, but there's an error with the birth certificate. They're coming all the way from the country. They need to go to PICA in a couple of hours' time or whatever to facilitate the transaction. We've now implemented same day and the next day certificate processes to assist persons with these matters of urgency with regards to travel. Also for persons with regards to the admission to institutions as well as processing claims and insurance. An urgency for our customer is an urgency for us, and as I said, these needs of our customers have forced us to do better as an organization. Now, RGD has continued to expand and see how best we can serve the Jamaican public. As a GoJ entity, we have to promote inclusivity for everyone within the society. Certain things we take for granted. For example, we've all here have seen our birth certificates. But what we also need to look at is the persons who are also visually impaired. They cannot see their birth certificates, but how can I give a document that truly belongs to you for you to understand the full utility of it? So in May of 2024, the RGD introduced Braille certificates for the visually impaired. Mind you, we're all seeing eye persons here, I'm assuming. So it will be the regular certificate that you and I will look at. However, it has those particular braille bumps that someone who's visually impaired can read their information for themselves. And it's a part of how the RGD has continued to, try to do better in terms of overall service delivery. Now, based on all of these initiatives and the government's holistic approach for the public sector to do better in general, the RGD has been able to implement several processes, most of them being digital to facilitate this end. We have listened to our customers who've indicated that the telephone tends to ring for too long, and as such, we've implemented web chat features. We're also utilizing WhatsApp services to interact with persons. Because we're an international organization as well, we realize that language no longer forms a barrier, and based on all of these platforms that we engage our customers with, they're able to translate for us for any of our representatives who do not speak the native language of maybe the Russian who had gotten married in Jamaica but is unable to communicate in English as to what they need, when they need, and how it is we can best apply it. Just a minute, just going a bit fast. I'll reckon my 10 minutes very good. So in implying all of these initiatives, I am proud to say that as a GoJ entity, the RGD this year for survey, the government General Service Excellence Award, we came out as a top entity for the entire island of Jamaica with regards to the different modes and means that we've put in place with regards to service delivery and ensuring that the government of Jamaica, in its initiative to modernize the public service as well as serve the Jamaican people at the best, we were able to contribute to that, and for that I'm going to say we are grateful. We've not yet hit perfection where all of our initiatives are concerned, but we are an agency which is in transition, an agency which is growing, and we're an agency which is intent on doing better for the Jamaican people and the people internationally too who don't live here, who are in need of our services. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for listening to me. Thank you for the privilege of your time, and do enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you so much, RGD, for being so thorough in your presentation. All right, we are winding down. We're inviting the team from LUMO to come forward. I believe, is the Ministry of Finance reps also in the building? All right, good. So we're going to have you afterwards, all right? All right. Please make LUMO's rep welcome to the stage. I'm sorry we missed you. We didn't get to coordinate the band, and everything else.
Well, thank you for having me. It's my first time to Jamaica. I'm the CTO. My name, yes, it is. I love it. The people are so nice. I'm looking forward to coming back. So, my name's Jeff Weed. I'm the CTO for LUMO. A little bit of background about me before, if the slides come up, and if they don't, I'll just talk through it. I'm originally from Southeast Kansas, rural state, right over, went to the University of Kansas. NSA got me straight out of the University of Kansas. Back when no one knew who they were, I thought they were NASA. They didn't think that was very funny, so I kept going with it, asking if all their astronauts took these polygraphs. In and out of that world, I've ran Anheuser-Busch's Global SOC in Bangalore, India. I've been a CISO running incident response. So when I talk about some of the things I'm going to talk about, that's kind of the context, a lot of operational background, but whatever. And I don't know, am I up here? Doesn't matter. I don't need slides. Marketing did them for me anyway. They won't turn me loose. I come up with things like LUMO's the Auto Magic self-licking ice cream cone of cyber. So, yeah, so they don't let me do it. They do dress me though. So. Anyway, what I originally was going to talk about is, some of the evasion techniques we're seeing and how LUMO helps with that. In any stack, you've got a firewall endpoint. If you had to put us in a box, we fully fill the NDR, network detection and response box, but we do a lot more. We use your existing stack. When we find threat actors inside your network that are communicating out, which means they've gotten through. Then we go through our APIs and use your existing stack to go back and block that. We heal that. We have a thing called an illumination process. It's multi-step. It uses AI. And the reason I mention AI is it's becoming more and more prevalent within the cybersecurity space. It's kind of an old saying, you don't go to a knife fight, you don't go to a gunfight with a knife. So the bad guys are starting to use the AI. And what we're seeing is, and before I say this, don't take this as, I'm not saying you shouldn't get an EDR, right? Just because they figured out how to get in the upstairs window doesn't mean you still don't lock the door in the front windows. But what we're seeing is, we're seeing a pattern of where they're evading the EDR, right? As an incident responder, everyone I responded to had a firewall and most of them had an EDR, right? They find ways to get around it. What's changing now is they're using AI to get around it. So they're getting around it much more rapid. I'll give you an analogy. Remember Symantec, it used to be, they gave you kind of hashes, here's the files that are coming, look for this and get rid of it. Well, the bad guys quickly figured out if they put a counter in their code, that would change the hash, and it kind of defeated the purpose. A similar thing is happening on the EDR side, because EDRs basically they use behavior analysis. They're at an application layer. So what they're doing is they're looking at behaviors. If I see behavior A, B, C, and D, I'm going to alert and block, right? Well, the AI is starting to generate behavior in there to where it's A, B, H, and D, and F, and it's defeating the purpose. And they're getting past those much quicker. So in steps Lumu. What Lumu does is we collect your DNS data and your syslogs. We're looking for that communications in there. And the way we do it, we're going to see things that you can't put an EDR on. We're going to see the things that have the natural EDR, and we integrate with that. But what we're also going to do is we're going to see cameras, printers. You guys heard about the MGM hack in Las Vegas? They got into that going through the IoT, basically the processor on a fish tank, right? So, that's the attack surfaces you're starting to see. I do a lot of work with schools up in the U.S. My dad was a teacher and a coach, so it's kind of a passion. But what we're seeing with them is they've got a large attack surface. The students' records are worth more than healthcare records now, because a student doesn't check their credit report for 10, 15 years, so they have a 10, 15-year run opening credit and stuff. So point being is there's a lot of new attack surfaces out there in government and whatever. In schools, it opened up because of all the technical education stuff that was available out there that was coming in during COVID. They learned how to do things remotely. Well, they said, get all those students up and teach them. They didn't say do it securely. So it left a big deal. So anyway, I know I got 10 minutes, so someone give me a wave when I'm getting close, because I can do this all day. But anyway, the way Lumu works is we use the APIs on the firewalls and the endpoints. When we find that threat detection, we're going to go back and we're going to go to the firewall, say it's a Fortinet or a Palo Alto, or what, if you've heard of it, we were integrated with it. And it treats us like a local threat intelligence source. So we're not reaching into the firewall and changing anything. We go to the firewall and we let them know that this is now, a bad location. The first step in that is we look off a list. Lists aren't that sexy, but it's a good first start, right? We have over 100 sources of them. After that, whatever didn't trigger on that list, we're going to use AI and we're going to look for anything, we call them anomalies of interest. We don't alert you on them, but we're looking for anything odd. Do you normally go there? Port, frequency, stuff that doesn't make sense, right? When we see that, that causes us to do a deep correlation. What we're looking for is that list of bad guys, where they just move to, and they move all the time. So when we see that, we automatically block it in milliseconds with the firewall, and then we go to the endpoint that is there. We work with the endpoint. We tell them, look, you had a threat actor come from this location, and because we know this threat actor, these are the things they're trying to install on you. So it's it's layers of defense in there. But when we do that, because no one else knew about that before we figured it out with AI, we go back into up to 2 years of that data and look for first and all contact with that threat actor. Now, what that's doing is we're blocking it, but we're also telling you everything that thing touched, right? And as an incident responder, we got paid $300 an hour to go find that out, and we're giving it to you at machine speed. Now, the thing that makes it all dynamic is whenever I find a new location on you, it automatically at machine speed goes into that list I mentioned. So now, anytime the bad guys move to a new location and hit a customer, we're taking it away. And that's breaking their business model because we're constantly out ahead. That's why we see things the firewalls and stuff don't. It's that center in the middle that's protecting when they get by, right? And the way we do it, we have a virtual machine at the enterprise level. That's why we can see everything. We do have APIs for cloud architecture, so we can see the firewalls in the cloud architecture. And your remote workforce. When your remote workforce goes out, you got laptops that are not behind the firewall, we have an agent that goes on that. 3 minutes. Okay, I can get this done. Let's say I could do this forever. I'll start throwing farm analogies at you pretty soon. So, you know, the basis is it's really easy. Look, it's no hardware involved. We install in less than an hour. It's very easy to operate. You know, I said I ran Anheuser-Busch's Global SOC. I would have put this up at the front because any one of our one location incidents might have 30 behavior incidents behind it. So it takes it out of your handling it with that one deal or stopping those 30 from occurring. So it's very efficient. I can train someone to use this in 10 minutes. I tease my salespeople. I can train the salespeople to do it in 15. You know, so it's very usable, and we're a tenth the cost. So even if you don't have new budget, what it does is it frees up a bunch of budget to do a bunch of the other things that you're getting as a part of compliance. Final thing we do, because we sit in the center of your network and connect all that, we do an executive report. And that executive report shows how the whole system is working together, and it's written in a language that they understand. As cybersecurity people, we tend to speak in three-letter acronyms and ask for money. We also we're kind of like umpires. No one remembers our name unless we blow the call, right? So that's that report that management relies on that shows them not only, you know, you're not secure by dumb luck, they're coming after you. Here's how the whole system's working because we're working with all that. You don't have to go to those individual systems and build a narrative to try and explain to someone who doesn't speak the language you speak, right? We're doing that for you. We automatically generate that every week. It's also available to be date ranged however you want it. Say if we have a lot of people that use them as artifacts for their insurance, for government compliance, whatever else. That's that artifact that you're paying attention, you're doing what you care. Where I came from, we used to call it the Washington Post test, right? You know, NSA, right? So if you ever end up in the Washington Post, you're either going to be the idiot or the victim. You don't want to be the idiot, right? So this is that report that's saying, paying attention, it's here. If you want to cut my budget, go ahead, but I'm showing you that it's hitting my critical infrastructure and whatever else, and we're effectively blocking it. So how much time did I get pretty close? All right. Well, look, I got a minute or two. Any questions other than who killed Kennedy? Oh, I'm up. So this is where we're collecting your DNS data and your sys logs, one for domains and IP address. This is that list of known locations. You know, that's the artificial intelligence. Oh, look, here we go. Thank you. So, any questions, please stop by the booth or catch Ron. Thank you.
Welcome to Jamaica. Thank you so much. Can you put our hands together, please, for Lumo? And make sure that you check out their booths here, please, because they're going to be with us all the way until 5 o'clock. We're taking I think it's our final presentation from the Ministry of Finance and Planning. And we have the rep come forward, please. Thank you. And eGov, let me know if you've sorted out your Jamaica Data Exchange presentation. If not, we're going to wrap it up right after the Ministry of Finance and Planning with the gift. Okay, yes, with the phone. All right, come forward.
Thanks, Debbie. Pleasant good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope we're doing okay. My name is Lakeisha Nelson, and I have the privilege of working with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, specifically the Office of Public Procurement Policy. And today we'll be talking to you about public procurement and the tools that the government is utilizing to support and strengthen its framework. So what is public procurement, which is one of the big topics, as we all can know or have heard within the media space? So public procurement is how the government acquires goods, services, and works. By now, the government acquires goods, services, and works in a decentralized manner within Jamaica. So public procurement is decentralized in GoJ, and therefore, how ministries, departments, and agencies execute their procurement transactions are done